Mississippi House of Representatives is now in session. Please let the House come to order. Please stand as we're led in prayer today by guests to be introduced by the gentleman from Chickasaw. Remain standing thereafter for the pledge. We also are privileged today to have a guest who will sing the national anthem for us, so please remain standing for the national anthem as well.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. It's my pleasure to have with me this morning the pastor of Arbor Grove Baptist Church in Houston, Mississippi. Proud to say he's my pastor. He come to us about a year and a half ago when COVID was wreaked havoc on a lot of churches. A lot of churches were struggling, and I thought I saw our church in the death throes, but I didn't have that faith of a mustard seed. God sent him to us, and we are so glad he did, and I'm obliged to share him with y'all this morning.
It's an honor to be here. I was telling John the last time that I was here, I was in school on a field trip, and so it is truly remarkable to be here. Today I want to read a passage of Scripture really quick before I pray for you. It is from Philippians chapter 2, starting in verse number 3. It says, "Do nothing from selfish ambition or conceit, but in humility count others more significant than yourselves. Let each of you look not only to his own interest, but also to the interest of others. Have this mind among yourselves, which is yours in Christ Jesus, who though he was in the form of God, did not count equality with God a thing to be grasped, but emptied himself by taking the form of a servant. Being born in the likeness of men, and being found in human form, he humbled himself by becoming obedient to the point of death, even death on a cross. Therefore God has highly exalted him and bestowed on him the name that is above every name, so that at the name of Jesus every knee should bow in heaven and on earth and under the earth, and every tongue confess that Jesus Christ is Lord, to the glory of God the Father." Let's pray. Heavenly Father, I come before you today and I thank you for the men and women who are in this room who serve this great state so well. God, I thank you for the fact that, Lord, you have blessed us with men and women who care for the people of Mississippi. And God, I thank you for the fact that, Lord, you love us and you care for us. And God, you have given us salvation through your Son, Jesus. Lord, I pray that you would continue to give them wisdom as they seek to lead our state in a way that is pleasing to you. And God, I pray in all things, Lord, that when our state is in need, that God, it would turn and it would look to you and trust that, God, your ways are higher and are better than our ways. And as always, Lord, we thank you for Jesus. We thank you for his death on a cross, and we thank you for his resurrection, which brings to us eternal life. And we ask all of this in Christ's name. Amen.
Attention, salute, pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
We introduce the gentleman from Harrison who will come forward and introduce our guest singer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House. Joining us today is Ms. Caitlin Perry. She is a native of the Gulf Coast and is a graduate of the University of Southern Mississippi with a degree in communications. She is currently serving as Miss Biloxi, where she placed third last year in the Miss Mississippi pageant. She's going to travel to Vicksburg this year to hopefully capture the crown this summer. Caitlin is a small business owner, and she formed her own nonprofit to encourage young women to give back to their community in service. We want to welcome Ms. Caitlin Perry to sing the national anthem.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched brightly streaming, and the rocket's red glare, the bombs bursting in air, came through the night, that our flag was still there. Oh, who saved us, that star-spangled banner yet wave, o'er the land of the free, and the home of the brave.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. To have the reading of the journal, gentleman from Rankin moves we dispense with the reading of the journal. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Report of select committees.
We have none, Mr.
Report of
Speaker.
standing committees.
We have reports on the calendar, Mr. Speaker.
Introductions of bills and constitutional amendments. Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I ask unanimous consent to dispense with the reading of the introductions.
Is there objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Resolutions, petitions, memorials, and other papers.
We have none, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. This time we'll have introductions of guests and visitors. Gentleman from Oklahoma, Mr. Payton.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want the House to help me welcome some shining stars of the Mississippi Delta. I have with us today Coahoma County and Clarksville High Schools visiting the Capitol today in the South Gallery. Would you all stand?
Gentleman from Octibah, Mr. Robertson.
I'd like to call a quick rules meeting.
Okay, rules meeting right now. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself and the gentleman from Harrison, Representative McKnight, in the South Gallery, please help me welcome today a good friend of mine, Ms. Renee Cuevas.
Gentleman from Union, Mr. Creekmore.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, in the South Gallery, I'd like to welcome from the New Albany School System, Superintendent Lance Evans, Paul Henry, Beth Benson, and Melanie Shannon. If y'all would please stand. And I'd also like to welcome our Main Street Director and her husband, Billie Jean and John Stroud. And they're responsible, this group is responsible for the swag on your desk today. So thank y'all.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Banks.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would please help me welcome one of our distinguished retired jurists in the South Gallery, my old classmate. Our families go way back together. Denise Sweet Owens, please. Thank you. I'm old. She's.
All right, I don't see any further introductions at this time. We do have a number of special guests, ladies and gentlemen, that we want to recognize today. Before we get to that, though, I'm going to introduce our head page, Alexandria Williams, and ask her to come forward and introduce the pages for the week. I'm going to ask the pages to stand and be recognized.
Good morning.
These are the pages this week. Anna Alexander Picayune, Travis Collins Jackson, Emma Dunhurst Carrier, Winston Faints, Holly Springs, Samuel Granetti Jackson, Kaylin Green Diamond Head, Maurice Harrelson Jr. Byram, Ella Hobson Ripley, Gracie Hobson Ripley, Kalila Kareem Columbus, Andrew Lott Richton, Mason McQuillan West, Dalton Scruggs Canton, Brianna Shelton Columbus, Morgan Smith Diamond Head, Ingrid Soto Picayune, Isabel Sullivan Pascagoula, Cade Upchurch Brandon, Mary Wilson Picayune, Allie Wyndham Beaumont. Thank you.
Thank you, Paige. We appreciate your service to us this week. All right, this time we do have a number of special guests we want to recognize. I first want to recognize the gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles, and ask the Sergeant Arms to escort our special guests to the platform. I'm going to ask everyone to find their seats and please give us your attention. All right, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, members of the House, I myself and the gentleman from Hines, Representative Banks, we have the honor of introducing to you and presenting to others the Honorable Attorney Constance Slaughter Harvey. We passed earlier in the session House Resolution number 37, recognizing her for her trailblazing career as an attorney, civil rights activist, community leader, and treasure mentor who has inspired countless women and men of all ages over the years. Attorney Harvey is a living legal icon who is best known in the history books as being the first African-American female to earn a law degree from the University of Mississippi, and she was the first African-American judge in Mississippi. She's been compared in the history books to the relevance of and laud's accolades along other dynamic aspirational female history makers such as Fannie Lou Hamer and Evelyn Gandy. She's a graduate of E.T. Hawkins High School in Forest, Mississippi, where she was valedictorian of her class. And then she enrolled at Tougaloo College in 1963, where she met the revolutionary civil rights leader Medgar Evers. When her friend Medgar was murdered in June of 1963, the values instilled by her parents and the racial injustices she witnessed motivated Attorney Harvey to join the civil rights movement. In 1972, she opened her own law practice in the city of Forest. And then she was appointed in 1980 by the Governor William Winter as Director of Human Development, and in 1994 became the Assistant Secretary of State for the state of Mississippi under Secretary of State Dick Malpass at the time. During that time, she reformed the 16th section school and public trust lands and lobbied for mail-in voter registration, which was signed into law on April 1st of 1991. Out of all of these things that she's done over the years, that's most been inspiring her career has been her family. She's joined today with her grandson, Trey Burrell, and then she has Constance Burrell and James in the crowd, and she has another members of Tougaloo that where she taught and was a student at as well. And she continues today. She has received over 5,000 accolades over the years and recognitions from different organizations. But the one that she cherishes the most and what she wants to be remembered by is that she continues to invest in children because they're the future of our state. She started the Slaughter Memorial Library in our home community years ago, where they do after-school programs, tutor programs, enhancement, abstinence programs, and several other youth initiatives. And she continues that legacy today with her nonprofit, which is called Legacy, with the work from her grandson and her daughter and her other family members and community. She retired this last summer as our youth court prosecutor in Scott County. And as you can tell, she's just a very special person. So we wanted to recognize you, Ms. Harvey, for your hard work, for your contributions to making this state a better place, and tell you that we love you and we appreciate you on this day.
Thank you so very much. I pray that the work that we have done over the past 50 years will not be in vain. My prayer is that we have freedom for all. Thank you.
All right, we have other special guests to be recognized. At this time, I'm going to recognize the Chairman of Rules.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, if you will look over in the North Gallery, you'll see a lot of young professionals, real estate professionals. And today we have a resolution commending and congratulating Miss Dewana L. Stanley upon her career and success in the Mississippi real estate industry, and founder and owner of House Real Estate Agency Services. Ladies and gentlemen, this young lady started this business about 4 years ago and has done over $200 million worth of sales, and has done an incredible job of representing the real estate agency in the state of Mississippi. The incredible thing about it is she's got 78 real estate agents, and I think we have about 50 of them here today. But it's such a wonderful thing to be able to stand here and recognize such a strong young lady who's done some incredible things in this state and represents our state well in this industry. Representative Stamps is presenting her resolution, and I'd like for y'all to congratulate them and wish them well in the future. Mr. Speaker, we have resolutions to report out.
All right, I'm going to recognize Madam Clerk, excuse me, read the report of the Committee on Rules.
Report of Committee on Rules, HCR number 39, Panny Flaunt Mayfield, comment upon being named a 2023 Noah Polk Lifetime Achievement Award nominee, target sufficient to be adopted. HR number 104, Lamar Academy Raiders Girls Volleyball Team, congratulate on winning MAIS 5A State Championship, target sufficient to be adopted. HR number 105, John Stroud, commend career and athletic accomplishments of, title sufficient to be adopted.
Recognize the chairman.
Ladies and gentlemen, these are resolutions. I do want to point out that Mr. Stroud, John Stroud is here, and I honestly don't know which.
He's over here to you, north there.
Okay.
South, I mean.
Stand up for us. Mr. Stroud is here. We're passing our resolution today. I want y'all to know from what I understand, is one of the greatest basketball players that ever left the court around here. So congratulations on your resolution today, and thank you for being here. That's my explanation of the bills.
Yes, he was one of the greatest basketball players in Ole Miss basketball history. Went on and played in the NBA for a number of years. I watched him as a child, and he brought great notoriety and fame to the state of Mississippi. He represented us well. He's a great ambassador for our state. It is an honor to be able to acknowledge him here today. And I know his wife well. She does a great job promoting New Albany, Mississippi. And I will tell you, I had the privilege of staying there, I don't know, one weekend last fall. And if you've not discovered New Albany, Mississippi, I would encourage you to do so. It's one of the shining jewels of our state. So we're very proud to be able to acknowledge both of you here today. Thank you for what you do for the state of Mississippi. Anything further?
No, sir.
All right. Questions on the resolution? All right. All right. Open them. Excuse me. If you favor the resolution, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Resolution is adopted. Anything further, gentlemen?
Immediate release.
Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Gentleman Leak, Mr. Walker, what purpose you seek recognition?
Introduction out of order.
Yes, sir.
If you will, if you look to the north gallery, we have Miss Hutchison from Kosciuszko Public Schools and about 10 seniors from Kosciuszko. Would you make them welcome at the Capitol?
The lady from Pearl River, Miss Wilk.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
Yes, ma'am.
Ladies and gentlemen, in the north and south galleries, I have members from our Picayune Chamber of Commerce today, and they're also the ones that are responsible for bringing the delicious cookies from Paul's Pastry. Please help me make them feel welcome.
All right. We will go now to the calendar, concurrence, non-concurrence calendar. Any chairman have an item here they wish to take up? I don't see any. Motion to reconsider calendar. Any chairman have an item here? All right, I don't see any. Appropriations. Passes. Ways and Means. Passes. Laid on the table. Gentleman from Simpson has an item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to make a motion to call House Bill 2358 off the table.
Motion to call bill off the table. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Bill's back before the House.
Thank you, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, this House Bill Senate Bill 2358. We argued it the other day. I don't believe it's going to change any minds, so I move for final passage.
All right, gentleman moves final passage. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey. You wish to speak? Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Now, ladies and gentlemen, what this gentleman did, he's sneaking up here and trying to get this bad bill passed. This is a bad bill. We caused him to lay it on the table. We thought it was dead, and it ought to die. This bill will make all of you criminals if you go and assist anybody with getting an absentee ballot. And that's wrong. It's just wrong to come here and make everybody a criminal when you're trying to help people to engage in a democratic process, in a democratic right, and you make it a criminal, you make it a crime. I'm so sick and tired we make everything criminal. But even voting is not hurting anybody, and yet you want to make it a felony. Now, I knew they were going to try to bring this bill back to you when they laid it on the table subject to call. I think the gentleman intended to lay it on the table, but somebody assisted him and told him to lay it on the table subject to call so you can call this dead, bad bill back. This is a bad bill, people, and it's going to bite everybody in here, white and black. It is no good. It's a part of the system going around the country suppressing people's rights to vote in a democratic society. And how long are we going to take this? How long are we going to come down here, hold our chest out like we're doing something, and continue to do things to hurt people and make people criminal when they're trying to do what's right, to be a part of this democracy? This bill, since he laid on the table and he called it back, then I'm asking you, let's vote to kill this bill. Let's vote to kill it. Let's bury this bill because it is no good. It is making innocent people criminals, and I don't think we intend to do that. I ask you to vote against this bill. Let's kill it.
Lady from Pearl River, where did she go? All right. Gentleman from Madison, Mr. Blackman.
The gentleman from Washington County is correct, but I'm going to take a little different approach. And I hope you listen to this. This bill does not take in consideration the men and women in the military, the ones that are here serving stateside, the ones that may be serving in foreign territories. Now, I can tell you that when the bill was drafted, there was not a thought given to that. And I think that what they plan to do is that we'll figure it out. The other thing is those individuals, and it may be some of us at some point, who find yourselves unable to do anything except lay in your bed. The nursing homes, hospitals, this is going to severely restrict the options that you will have to cast your ballot. Why? Because people who are aware of this law, if it becomes law, will be extremely concerned about whether or not they're jeopardizing themselves criminally by providing the simple assistance by taking your ballot and putting it in a mailbox, or taking your ballot and delivering it to the clerk's office. The question is, why are we going about it this way? Ballot harvesting is already against the law in Mississippi, and has been so for a number of years. The name harvesting is placed on this bill to kind of throw you off, because you have an envision that people are going around collecting large hauls of ballots and depositing. You can't do that now. This has to do with the individual who may want to simply cast their vote and cannot do so for various reasons, and may have somebody other than a relative, because it gives an exception for relatives, Now, how many of us have relatives that we wouldn't hand a ballot to under any circumstances to put in the mail? But you may have a close friend or a neighbor that you trust more. How about the men and women serving out beyond the borders of the United States? We have not thought this bill through, and you may vote for it. I'm used to being on this podium and having bad bills passed based on political ideology and affiliation only. But every now and then I take the podium and I get surprised. Maybe this is the day that we'll surprise ourselves by not taking on a piece of legislation that should have been left on the table and let die at the end of the session. Now, I'd ask the chairman to come here and explain. Maybe he can tell us how our men and women overseas can get around this law, how our men and women serving around the country stateside can get around this law, how people who are unfortunate in unfortunate situations who still want to be good citizens cast their votes, unable to do so because they're tied to a bed someplace, or at home someplace where they don't have a close relative that they can call upon. It's not necessary. I've not heard anybody say that this has been a problem where we need to pass legislation to regulate it. That's what we're here for. If it's not broken, not nearly broken, and not even possibility of being broken, then why do we need a fix? I'd like to hear from the chairman on how this gets to be made into a worthwhile legislation. But I doubt, since it's not written in the body of the legislation, he can do that.
Jim from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
The gentleman from Madison, but he's yielded the podium.
Okay. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you know, sometimes people's intention might be well intended, but they have bad consequences. And sometimes you can try to do some or fix an issue where there really isn't a problem. The gentleman from Madison spoke earlier. What they're trying to do is already, there are provisions in place for that. But let me tell you something. I spend a lot of time in my community and abroad mentoring young people. I spend a lot of time trying to teach them the importance of being engaged and involved with this process that allows us the benefit of being here. And sometimes kids get excited, they get zealous about doing the right thing. And then they go off and go to school in different places. But they remember what you told them. They remember the process of information in which you gave them, and they want to come back home and participate. And the only person they know that they can trust is the person that has mentored them, that has been the role model for them. And under this law, that person can't even aid that person. Now let me flip the script a little deeper than that. What if a person is in foster care and has no relatives and had aged out and is living in a transitional situation, but he or she has a friend that they trust with everything that they have and they want to participate in this process? Under this law, we done shut the door on them. Under this particular piece of legislation, they can't be involved in the process in which we benefit from to be here. Now, if you trying to tilt the scales for an advantage because you're scared you might not get here, get back up here, and your picture might not go back up for the next 4 terms, then it's something you might want to support. But if you're really about trying to do the right thing and make sure people, everybody have access and opportunity to engage in the process which allows us to be here, then this is a bad piece of legislation. Sometimes, just sometimes, people's intentions, although they might be a good intention, has bad consequences. And this is a situation where we're going to have some bad consequences of this particular situation. So I'm asking you to vote no on this piece of legislation because there are going to be some bad consequences. And some of us that are sitting here might get caught up in those consequences. I would ask you to vote no.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness.
I didn't think we were going to be visiting this bill again this morning, but unfortunately we are. My colleagues, they talk about me all the time about me talking about being a history teacher. But I'm going to say it again. I was a history teacher. The subject that I taught was Mississippi history. I know Mississippi history through and through. So what I'm telling you now, it's a time that we ought to be tired of this type of stuff here, man. I mean, y'all ought to be tired of this. When we going to get tired of this mess? If it didn't work in the 20s, the 30s, and the 40s, the 50s, and the 60s, what make you think it's going to work in 2022? What make you think it's going to work? All over the world, we've had legislation and we've had governments trying to exert their power and influence over other groups of people. And throughout human history, it has never worked. Never. It has never worked. So what makes you think it's going to work now? And really, for us to continue to repeat this cycle over and over again is really just silliness and immaturity. Now, my colleague talked about consequences. Well, I'm going to tell you this. There will be grave consequences to every bill that this body passes like this. The chickens will come home to roost. They will definitely do that. Now, I ask that you vote no on this bill because I know that Mississippians are better than this. John F. Kennedy said, we all cherish our children's future, and we are all men. So let's do this for our children, just from generations to come after us. Let's set an example, make an example for them. But I can tell you this, if you vote yes on this bill, thank you. Thank you a whole lot, because they will come home to roost.
Gentleman from Octavia Hall, Mr. Taylor.
I was hoping the gentleman will yield for questions.
Okay. Gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Owen.
Thank you. A few weeks ago, I handled this bill, and a lot of my colleagues brought up issues on the floor, issues that I thought were well received that we could consider. And during that debate, I assured all of you that we would put a reverse repealer in this bill so we could work on it. That did not happen. Today, the bill was brought up, and it's being put to vote without the reverse repealer in it. And it was not right for me to stand here after assuring each and every one of you that I would put a reverse repealer in that bill and it not happen. I appreciate the premise of the bill. I do think we need to provide protections for this type of situation, but I'm not going to be called a liar and not be trusted by my colleagues for the future. I am voting no on the bill until a reverse repealer is added to it.
All right, I don't see anyone else. Does the chairman wish to close?
You know, I appreciate what everyone has said. The gentleman here, I have the utmost respect for you, but I can assure you this, that I've never, have I ever wanted to oppress anybody's vote. I believe if you come to that polling precinct, or if you come and ask for that ballot, that you want to cast your ballot and make your mark and vote for whoever you feel like is the right person, I promise you that I'll make sure with the last breath in my body that your vote's going to count. I've never, ever, have I ever tried to suppress somebody's vote. I was a commissioner for 12 years, and I fought and made sure that when somebody came up there to vote, that by gosh, their vote counted. I made sure of that. I helped people get there. And I'm trying to help now. I ask you to vote yes on this bill. Thank you. Move final passage.
All right. Question now recurs on Senate Bill 2358. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 73 yeas, 42 nays, bill passes. Any other item on the laid on the table calendar? All right, I don't see any. Brings us to the general calendar. Ladies and gentlemen, yesterday a point of order was raised on a bill, I forgot which number now, 2523, is that what it was? And the point of order is not well taken according to legal counsel. So we're back on that bill. I'm going to ask the Chairman of Agriculture and the presenter to come forward. Yes, sir, Jim from Washington.
Mr. Speaker, can I get the purpose and the reason that it was not well taken in writing, please?
Hang on.
You ain't got to read it. I just want it in writing.
All right, the gentleman from Washington, Representative Hines, raised a point of order that SB 2523 amends sections 97-1741 and 97-1743 by reference. Point of order is not well taken because the penalties for the crimes of larceny and SB 2523 are not being changed, but are referred to and clearly states, quote, subject, close quote, to certain code sections listed in the bill. Previous speakers' rulings are clear that referring to code sections that set forth other crimes do not enlarge, modify, restrict, or amend those laws and code sections. Also, creating a new criminal offense in addition to any other criminal offense does not amend other criminal offense code sections by reference. Referring to sections by using the phrase subject to incorporates the language without repeating the sections in their entirety. All right, recognize the chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 12523. It's back before the House and yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to further explanation.
I think we're on the amendment to the amendment, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment kind of reels this bill in. I know I talked to you about it yesterday. This will only apply to those pecans on private property. If someone breaks into through somebody's gate, goes onto their private property and steals pecans, the state has to prove that it's met the financial burden, that they've stolen a certain financial amount of these pecans based on fair market value before they can convict anyone of a crime. This is just bringing this in line with other larceny statutes for the property of another individual being stolen. That's an explanation of the amendment and the bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. We're back to the strike all. Any questions on the strike all? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Now we're on the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2523. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 103 yeas and 5 nays. The bill passes. Recognize the gentleman from Pearl River, Mr. Ladner, for an introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On behalf of myself again and Representative McKnight from Harrison, we have a lady in the South Gallery. Please help me welcome Ms. Tanya Green.
All right, next item, workforce.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2595 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended, bill considered in gross read a third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this just clarifies some language that if the federal government extends the deadline for spending ARPA funds, it allows us to match that date. And I have an amendment at the proper time.
You recognize for an amendment.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a reverse repealer that we're waiting on some stuff to happen on the Senate. We want to make sure it happens over there, and then we'll release the bill. That's an explanation.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Any questions? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2595. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 115 yeas and 4 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2810 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Mr. Speaker, I've got an amendment I'd like to introduce.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is just a reverse repealer.
Yeah. Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further?
Yes, sir, Mr. Speaker, I have a strike all I'd like to add.
You're recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're just adding the House language from House Bill 844 that created the Mississippi K-12 Workforce Development Grant and the funding mechanism for Accelerate, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Final passage.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines has a question. Introduction. All right. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2810. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 113 yeas and 6 nays, bill passes. I'm recognized Jim from Washington for introduction.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, there are 3 or 4 people in here who call football and basketball games. And we have a brother up in the South Gallery who calls very bad games from time to time, basketball-wise and football-wise. But he's an alderman as well in Sharkey County. So if you please help make bad calling Kevin Stewart welcome in the House of Representatives.
Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, unanimous consent to skip down and finish workforce with item 12.
Number 12, any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. We'll go to item 12, Senate Bill 2371. Gentleman calls the bill up. Motion to the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, this bill established the Accelerate Mississippi Nursing and Allied Health Grant Program, which shall be directed to increase the nursing students. It also outlines the guidelines for receiving those funds. 75% of it will go through the community colleges, and the other 25% will go to other programs. It also has the Accelerate Mississippi Physician Residency and Fellowship Startup Grant, which will be open to hospitals in the state, and that's an explanation of the bill. And I have
questions. I don't see any.
I have an amendment, a few amendments, Mr. Speaker. The first amendment is the Navigator program. And ladies and gentlemen, what that does, our community college right now, the graduation rate for the nursing program is about 47%. This is something similar to the career coaches where we will be installing at the community college career coaches called navigators to help those students stay in the program. Other states that have done it have increased their graduation rate to about 60%. So it's really helping our nursing program across the state. And that's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Amendment is adopted.
Mr. Speaker, I have another amendment with a reverse repealer.
Okay. Amendment is reverse repealer. Any questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. What else you got?
Representative Carpenter.
Gentleman from Tishomingo has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, you ready, Mr. Speaker?
Yes, sir. We're waiting on you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you'll remember back in session in our debate on House bills, we had a House bill that was going to fund a scholarship program for paramedics. Ladies and gentlemen, we passed that bill unanimously over here. To give you just a brief synopsis, we're about 1,500 paramedics short in the state. As we graduate them, they're going to ERs, they're going to industrial sites, but we're wanting to get this scholarship program available for these folks to get more paramedics on the street. The Senate, in their infamous wisdom over there, killed the bill, didn't take it up. So what I'm asking you today in a strike all is to take the House language that we had in that paramedic bill and put it in 2371. Any questions? Take questions, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, you yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, thank you for your due diligence on this. As you're aware, are you aware that there are probably in some counties only 1 or 2 paramedics working from time to time?
And before I go any further, thank you for helping on this bill. You and I tag team this, but there is at some point in time in most counties, there's less than 2 paramedics working at any given time. That's right.
So would you agree with me that this piece of, this amendment here would probably backfill that in short and less than a year, maybe 18 months to put a number of people in place?
As you and I talked about, we're looking at a couple of years getting people back on the street to work on ambulance services that we don't have right now. I think it's going to take a couple of years, but you got to walk before you got to crawl before you can walk. That's right, gentlemen.
All right, gentlemen, thank you so much for your hard work.
Thank you.
And thank the chairman for being considerate.
All right, I don't see any further questions. I'm going to recognize the chairman to respond to the amendment.
We support the amendment.
Question occurs on the amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Gentleman from Prentice has an amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm going to explain the amendment.
Yes, sir. You're recognized.
Thank you. I want to thank the chairman for allowing us to amend this bill with House Bill 880. House Bill 880 is one that passed this chamber last year with over 100 votes for it. I don't remember the exact vote, but I do remember the exact vote on the one that passed this year. It was 118 yeas and no nays. This bill went to I'm not going to blame the Senate for everything that's happened on this because I was out for a few days and I did my initial check on it, but then the follow-up, I was out due to a funeral and wasn't able to be here. And the chairman over in the Senate, he was home with the flu. And so it got dropped. And so what I'd like for you to do today is for us to amend this bill with House Bill 880, which is a Consumer Privacy Act that we passed here in the House bill. I can tell you what the bill does if you like, if you don't remember, but it had 118 yeas on it. What it did, it kept some of our agencies were selling personal information through applications that had been made to the state for things like car titles and such as that. We'd had some concerns about this with Mississippi Public Safety. We addressed all these concerns and every other concern that was brought to us. We had tried our best to address that, and we thought we had everybody taken care of in it, and I still think we do. So if you would support this amendment, I sure would appreciate it.
Any questions, Gentleman Prentice? Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Hill.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, do you think this amendment that you're proposing today will stop some of the robocalls that are just overwhelming the people of Mississippi?
Well, gentlemen, I'll answer you like this. I have some car dealers coming to me that said that there had been extended warranties sold due to market and by telephone, and and by mail as well. And these extended warranties were brought into the dealerships and expected the dealers to honor that, which the dealers had nothing to do with, had no recourse for their money whatsoever. And they were losing business because of unhappy customers that thought they should honor the extended warranty that they had purchased through this kind of a solicitation. I think it will help, yes.
Thank you, gentlemen.
I don't see any, I'll recognize the chairman to respond.
We support the amendment.
Questions on the amendment? Excuse me. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Amendment is adopted. Anything further on the bill, sir?
Final passage.
I have questions, sir.
Yes, sir.
Come to my understanding that you had a birthday last Friday.
Yes, sir.
My understanding you turned 60 last Friday.
Yes, sir.
Is that correct? Significant milestone in your life. It's also my understanding that your daughter got married on Saturday. Is that correct?
Thursday.
Thursday. It's also my understanding that you actually performed the ceremony. Is that right?
That is correct.
Can you tell me under what law in the state of Mississippi authorizes you to perform a wedding?
Yeah, you'll have to talk to my wife about that. She's the one that got me certified.
Oh, your wife got you certified.
Yes.
Your wife thought you needed a little religion? Is that what it was?
She thought I was qualified.
Well, those are two significant events in the life of any human being, so we congratulate you on your 60th birthday. We congratulate you on becoming a preacher. We congratulate you on your daughter getting married. Y'all give the man a round of applause.
Thank you.
Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2371. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 118 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Jim Scott, Mr. Miles.
I'm doing, yeah. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the gallery today, we have a lot of our teachers in the audience today and members of the MAE, Mississippi Association of Educators, and I think they're also having catfish and blues tonight, if I'm correct, and they want to invite everyone out to that. Thank you, ladies, for what you do for our students.
All right, next item, Judiciary B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item number 4, Senate Bill number 2079. I'd call it up. There's a strike all on that one, Mr.
Chairman
Speaker.
calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is Senate Bill number 2079. The strike all is our bill that was introduced called the School Safety Guardian Act. Now, I want you, those of you who were here, this is very similar to what we did with the Church Protection Act years ago. We're allowing for staff members, administrators, and teachers to potentially carry guns if they are properly trained through the Department of Public Safety. They have to go through a certain number of, like I said, training, and have to be licensed and certified according to our various statutes when it comes to concealed carry and enhanced carry and stuff such as that. I represent, or my law firm represents, the Prentiss County School District, and this has been an issue with them. Some of their board members have wanted teachers or staff members to have access to a firearm. And one of the things that we've advised against is certainly the immunity and the liability that is imposed upon that. So what this bill does is it creates an immunity statute that if the school district participates in the training as laid out by the Department of Public Safety, the district would be immune if something happens while that employee is acting within the scope of the Guardian program. So they have immunity also through the program if they're designated as a staff member, similar to what we did with Church Protection Act. They are eligible for a $100 to $500 stipend per month that the staff member could have if the school district so chooses. Also, we have in here affirmative defenses for anything that may occur in terms of a criminal action or something like that. They become justified if they're acting within their scope. Another provision starting on line 113 is this was put in a situation like mine in Alcorn County where they're already doing some of this and they've had some training that they've already gone through. This is what I call just a grandfather provision. If that training has been done and the Department of Public Safety signs off on it, they don't have to be retrained. So they don't have to have any new expenses related to that.
Questions, Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Bell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you yield.
Yes, sir.
How much is this going to cost?
I don't know that it costs much of anything. It's Department of Public Safety has a program that they can already kind of do that, but I don't know that it's going to cost much, if anything.
Okay, so the gist of this bill is to allow teachers to have guns in the classrooms.
The gist of this bill is to have teachers trained before they can trained and recognize the importance of what they're being asked to do and trained in certain situations, active shooter situations. Yes, we don't want, my wife's a teacher. I can tell you last thing she wants to do is to carry a gun.
Right.
And a lot of teachers, last thing they want to do is carry a gun, but there are some there that do, and this would allow them to enter into a training mechanism so that they are better prepared to protect our students. Yes, sir.
And I understand the importance of protecting students, especially during active shooters and things of that nature. But my concern is actually having those individuals, teachers, whether it be teachers or administration and staff, having guns in the classroom with students. There's no mention of a safety lock box for these firearms that may be in the schools. You only mentioned training and getting a stipend, which is important. But at the end of the day, wouldn't you agree that it's very dangerous to even have a firearm in any classroom setting?
No, I understand what you're saying, and I will say that a lot of schools already have a firearm there with a school resource officer or something like that. I will say on line 56, the school safety's guardian weapon shall always remain under his or her physical control on campus. Now that means that it has to be on them. I get that. Also, if a gun was given to somebody, or if a gun was negligently used or taken from a staff member, the school district would lose their immunity on that. I do believe they would lose their immunity under this law. So what happens then is the administrators there, the superintendents, have to be aware and have to make sure that their employees know that this is a very serious thing. When a gun enters that campus, it cannot be removed or released without cause for a type of active shooter situation. So I understand your concern. I share those concerns. That's why we have the immunity part in here to hopefully talk to these administrators about the importance of keeping this gun safe.
So my final question, has there been any consideration of supplying schools with monies for resource officers and local patrols and things of that nature?
I'd have to ask the chairman of education. I don't know specifics on that. As to this bill, that's all it talks about. But again, I'm not opposed to that. One further thing on the strike all here that I didn't mention was I believe it's going to go to conference regardless. So.
Okay, yeah, thank you, sir. Thank you.
Jim from Pearl River, Mr. Owen. I don't see him. You have an amendment? Okay. Jim from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield,
Yes, sir.
you have any idea how this bill come to be? Who authored it?
Well, it came, initially, I authored the one over here. This is my bill that I authored that came to me from Commissioner Tyndall's office.
Would you say that the gentleman that probably authored the bill had some experience in law enforcement?
I think that this is what the Department of Public Safety wanted, because they're having the same concerns that we're hearing from school districts, that I've heard from my client, that they want to do this. They want to help and make school districts more safe, school campuses more safe, but right now there's an impossibility when it comes to your insurance companies on providing that coverage for their districts.
I personally know the gentleman that wrote the bill to start with. He's been a police officer, he's worked for the sheriff's department, he's been a sky marshal, and now he's over a law enforcement academy in Marion County, Mississippi. And he had a big hand in helping write this bill. Wouldn't you say that what we saw from half the school shootings and all that's happened in the past is reaction and first reaction?
Oh, okay, yes, sir.
So the more people we have feet on the ground, the better odds we're going to have of suppressing a school shooting and all before it ever gets started.
Yeah, the last thing we want to do is something that happened in Texas where people were standing around looking at their phones.
And with all this said and the experience that he's had in law enforcement training and all, and being over the academy, he's willing to work with these educators and all to get what necessary qualifications that they need to get this done.
I'll take your word. I don't know him, don't know that situation, but I'll take your word for it.
Thank you.
Jim from Newton, Mr. Rushing.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Neal.
Yes, sir.
A couple of questions, gentlemen. Does this bill only affect teachers or all employees, or could you elaborate on?
It is anybody really that they can designate, but that it's teachers, staff members, administrators there, but they all have to go through the training program set forth by the Department of Public Safety.
I understand.
So no, it's not just teachers.
Okay. And one other question, gentlemen. If someone were to go through the training on their own, does the school board or someone have the final say-so, even though someone may go through the training or may have had prior training, does the school board have the final say-so on who these individuals are on campus that are allowed to tote this weapon?
Yes, and they have to designate that. They have to designate in some way. I'm looking for that language right here. They must be the identities of any person designated by the school's governing body to serve as a guardian must be documented at the time of the designation and shall be communicated to the school administrators and local law enforcement. So yes, they have to designate that person. Now, we had that situation with the Church Protection Act a couple of years ago. That designation isn't going to be made public because we don't want people to come in there and take out the guardian, so to speak. So that is a situation that this tries to rectify. It's made to law enforcement and to the administrators there privately. But yes, that they will have to designate that.
Thanks, gentlemen.
Jim from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman Yield.
Yes, sir.
Gentlemen, was there any consideration rather than lethal weapons, tasers, stun guns, and stuff like that as a viable option rather than putting live ammo in the hands of untrained professionals?
Yeah, well, first off, they're going to be trained. They've got to be trained to get the benefit of the program. But the bill does not speak to anything else other than that.
So, gentlemen, would you not agree with me that a taser or a stun gun would ensure that no one could innocently be injured?
If there's a situation that's acting in a school, I don't know that. To answer your question, yeah, I get that a stun gun and a taser is less violent than a firearm. But when it's my child who's somebody's coming in and having an active student, active shooter, as it is yours, I want to make sure they're safe. And the best way to make sure they're safe is to make sure we have trained professionals, trained people there that can end the situation quickly and rapidly if possible.
Jim, I do not really disagree with you in that sentiment, but my concern is people who, well, let me ask you this question here. Have you ever been in a situation where you had to shoot at somebody?
No, sir. Thankfully.
I have. So, gentlemen, do you know that a person that fires a weapon, nerves and sight and everything comes to play, and you're not as accurate as you were, even with all the training, that adrenaline is a completely different animal. Would you not agree with that?
I agree with you, but that you can also say the same thing. Why would you want to be giving somebody a stun gun, a taser, if they're nervous and they're inaccurate and they having the ability to do that? And then when you give them a stun gun and they're nervous and they can't commit and can't perform what the stun gun wants, and they miss the target or whatever, and then they're killed and everybody else is killed with them.
So we're not going to be adversarial about this, because this is about life-saving measures.
I agree, absolutely.
What I am going to say is that you just made my point. You say nerves, and then somebody miss and hit, and somebody innocent could be hurt. My concern is, how about crawling before you walk? Give some people some tasers, some stun guns. Let them get some training. Let them. Just hear me out, gentlemen.
And I don't think what you're asking is undoable.
Well, then,
this is just saying, if you're going to arm a teacher and you want to arm a teacher, most school districts in this state right now, they're not doing it because their insurance coverage won't cover them.
So that's my next question.
This would allow them to do that, my understanding, because they're going to be immune if they're acting within the scope. Nothing is preventing the law and school districts from allowing what you're talking about.
So, gentlemen, let me ask you this question here. I am a certified physical ed teacher, and I am one of the persons allowed to carry a firearm. During the course of me doing my job, I accidentally shoot a student. Who is liable? Is the school district liable?
The school district would be liable. They've got to be.
Am I liable as a?
Potentially, yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. You would not be immune under this bill.
So will I be charged?
You could be charged. That'd be left up to the prosecutors, and you would not have the available affirmative defenses laid out in the statute for you if the situation that you prescribed happened in real life.
So, gentlemen, are you familiar with what took place with Alec Baldwin on the movie set?
Yeah, I mean, I understand what happened.
Are you familiar that his stunt coordinator gave him a gun that was perceived to be full of blanks, and he shot and killed somebody accidentally? And his argument, are you aware that his argument is that he shouldn't be held responsible because he was not responsible for loading the gun, and it was a trained professional that supposed to have prepared that weapon given to him?
And under this bill, he would be held responsible.
Okay, so I accidentally dropped my gun, I misfired, shoot somebody, and so now I'm going to be charged with a crime. But if I had a taser and it dropped.
Yeah, and nothing prevents the school district from doing that. But this is just giving those school districts cover, I guess, if you will, if they decide to do so.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you so much, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Absolutely, yes, sir.
Gentlemen, most of these schools now have what you call a resource officer, and a lot of them are armed resource officers. How will that conflict with the armed resource officers that's already in the school?
Yeah, to my knowledge, it won't at all. Again, this is an optional program. It's not mandatory. The school district don't have to do that. School resources officers, the ones that are there, will still have an opportunity to be there and still, I guess, there, if you will. they're the first line of defense, so to speak. This is just a supplemental action that can be taken by law enforcement.
No, the first line of defense would be the school resource officers, wouldn't it?
That's what I just said, yeah. The school resources officers would be your first line of defense. This is a supplemental program that's available, that we're trying to make available to school districts for the opportunity to cover the kids.
Doesn't it equate to more guns around, the more possibility that we're going to have some accidental shootings and some shootings that's unnecessary because of the proliferation of guns, period?
Well, again, they're going to be trained. In order to take advantage of this program, they've got to make sure that those guns are secure, that they never leave the person who is a guardian.
Do they take them home with them? Or they leave them in the school?
I would imagine they say they're with them at all times, so I would say that they can take them home with them.
Final question.
Yes, sir.
What about the MEA? Have they taken a position on this?
I have not heard from them. Well, one way or the other, I haven't heard from them.
Did you seek them out?
I have not, no, sir.
At proper time, Mr. Speaker, I also have an introduction.
You recognize?
Thank you. I'd like to introduce the president, ladies and gentlemen, of this body of the Mississippi Association of Educators, Erica Jones. She's in the North Gallery. And welcome all of you members of the MEA. And I saw my daughter somewhere around here, Commissioner Kadada Brown.
Gentleman Lawrence, Mr. Evans. Oh, okay, gentleman from Tallahatchie, Mr. Reynolds.
Gentlemen,
Yes, sir.
In this bill, do you require psychological testing? I think you might, and I hope you do.
Let me, and I didn't go over that, but let me read it. The department creates a training program that at minimum must include instructional course developed by department, a criminal background check, a psychological screening, a shooting proficiency test, and an annual recertification training.
Well, gentlemen, I certainly commend having the psychological testing, because when you put deadly force in, wouldn't you agree that it's definitely needed, and your insurance, as far as your liability, your insurance companies would flee from you if you didn't have training and the psychological profile.
I agree with you.
And if you hire a law enforcement officer and you haven't had the psychological profile, that is an invitation to sue me. Wouldn't you agree?
I agree.
Now, let me ask you this, just a couple of housekeeping or practical questions. The bill allows for payment for those that have had the training, or a salary, whatever you want to call it. Who's providing the money for that?
That comes from my understanding DPS through their appropriation.
So it would come from the state?
Yes.
And it wouldn't have to depend on the local supplement?
No, it's 100 to 500, whatever they choose. The Senate made a payment optional. I said, and I put in 1 to 500.
All right, so, okay. Now, some, let's say they, my grandchild's kindergarten teacher, they'd love them to death, but I don't know that they would shoot them to death. But the thing about it, they could be trained in safety too, although they might not, want to use deadly weapons. Would you consider perhaps those that could use other things than deadly weapons as the process goes along?
Sure, and we're about to put a reverse repeater in it, so I anticipate that that's going to go along through the process.
Well, gentlemen, I think a lot of the teachers, particularly elementary school and others, they would want something else than perhaps, but some would want, in certain places would probably want the deadly weapon, but some would not.
Gentleman Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You yield, sir?
Yes, sir.
2 questions, and I know you mentioned this, but I missed out. First of all, in the training, did you say that DPS already has an established training program that's out there?
They have a training, and they have the ability to to tweak that as they need to. But yes, all this language comes from DPS at their request.
The other question is, did you mention or said something about some money? Was there a option for someone that carries this, that they will be compensated so
If
much money?
Paragraph 6, line 67, school safety guardians shall be paid a monthly stipend from not less than $100, but not more than $500 a month.
And that money will come from,
DPS is my understanding.
Come from DPS?
That that they've set this aside and are willing to appropriate it through their budget or whatever.
So it won't come from the actual school or the...
That was the incentive for you to use DPS's training, to use DPS's program and not your own.
Okay, thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Chairman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Has the committee, let me ask this first question. What happened to your bill that was...
They passed, so Judd B gets a lot of bills, and I had a lot on the calendar, and the Senate had already passed this version, or passed their version, which wasn't much different, so I killed my bill to take this one.
Okay, so you killed your bill?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you had indicated something about insurance liability concerns. How has this language that's in this bill, in this amendment, has it been viewed by the insurance industry?
In talking with the commissioner, he believes that it would, that's all I've done is talk to the commissioner. He's provided the language about making it immune. As you know, I don't know if you represent any school districts or not, but that is certainly an issue for them about immunities. I know that the one that we represent, that's why we told them not to give teachers guns at this time, because their liability insurance, and they probably wouldn't be able to get it. But to answer your question, the commissioner feels like this will pass the proverbial muster, if you will, with insurance.
Okay. So do you know if the commissioner has submitted this to the various insurance companies to see if it would pass muster?
No, but like I said, we're going to go to conference, and I'll ask the commissioner that.
Because as I understand it, this is based upon the fact that if, it's a bunch of ifs in one paragraph here, where it said if they are acting in their official capacity. There are lots of ifs in there. Would you be concerned about this still could subject the individual teacher to some liability?
Yeah, I don't, as long as they're within that scope, but I think the scope can be narrowly tailored, and that may be something that we work through the process, but I understand what you're saying, and I appreciate you pointing that out.
Okay, and let's assume these facts, Mr. Chairman, that if the school district, speaking through the Board of Trustees of that individual district, would say that they don't want teachers to carry firearms on campus.
Correct.
Would they be able to veto, prohibit a teacher from carrying a firearm on campus?
I believe so.
And you're saying it's in the bill?
My understanding is it's all completely optional.
Can you direct me to the language in the bill, sir? And I know you're saying it's there. But
If you will, give me a second. Line 46, paragraph 4, the governing body of a school in consultation may establish a program.
May establish a program. Okay.
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you all consulted the Mississippi School Board Association about their position on this bill?
I have not.
You have not. Thank you, sir.
Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Thank you. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
I think it's probably fair to say that I've asked lots of questions on bills related to guns in schools in committee and on the floor of this House. Is that correct?
You asked a lot of questions about a lot of stuff.
Fair enough. So I was conflicted about this bill. having lived through a school shooting while in high school, but also as the mother of a child who's in elementary school. There are schools right now that have teachers that have guns in school, correct?
As far as I know that there are, and there are few, but there are.
And the state is not controlling the training around those programs, is that correct?
That's correct.
And this would establish some uniformity with respect to who is allowed to have those guns and what training they receive?
Well, who is granted immunity with that? If a school right now says, no, we're going to do our own thing, and then God forbid, an active shooting thing happens, then that school, I think, would be very much open to a lot of exposure.
But if this passes, a school would no longer be able to do their own thing. They would have to go through this program if they wanted teachers to have guns in schools.
That's the idea. They can be grandfathered in if the training of their administrators or staff members is consistent with what DPS is doing.
If it meets the standards that are outlined in this bill.
That's correct.
I'm going to vote yes on this bill. Thank you.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Mr. Speaker, introduction out of order.
Yes, sir, you're recognized.
Indeed. In the gallery, I would like to just spare introduction to my campaign manager, special friend Tariq and Shahid Ali in the North Gallery, sir.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
You said something earlier that piqued my interest. Did you say that with this bill, teachers will be able to keep the guns on them at all times?
Well, that's what the bill says. Line 56, the school safety's guardian's weapon shall always remain under his or her physical control on campus.
So, will they be carrying some special holster to keep the gun in at all times?
I would imagine that would, it doesn't speak to that, but they've got to keep it, whatever they have to do to keep it on their physical person at all times.
Do we not have any concern that a child may grab the teacher's gun out of the holster?
There's always concern, yes, sir. But like I said, the reason for the immunity, the reason for the stipend, school districts will be placed with an enormous burden of explaining to their employees that if you're going to do this, this is what has to happen. There is no ifs, ands, buts about it.
All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman DeSoto, Mr. Darnell.
Does the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Is this just on campus, or does this include like a bus route or a field trip or a ball game?
On premises.
Just on premises. Thank you, gentleman.
Gentleman from Lee, Mr. Walker.
Gentlemen, yeah.
Yes, sir.
Do you think that kids who are already traumatized by guns and the sight of guns might have some negative effect? The teacher walking around like John Wayne with a big gun hanging on him?
I certainly think that's a possibility, sure. But also, for however much that might be, I mean, we're seeing more and more school shootings being more and more prevalent. And I understand that there is a minority probably that might suffer from what you're talking about, but in a sense to protect the majority, I believe that this bill is a good start.
Another question. So if the gun carrying teacher is way on the other hall, incident happens opposite of the building, so he's supposed to be able to run and rescue, what's his role if something happens on the opposite end of the building?
He is supposed to respond to an active shooter situation or some type of life-threatening situation. That is his role. Now, the facts dictate that. Could he get there? Could he not get there? Could she get there? Could she protect it? The facts would drive that situation and that hypothetical that you're talking about. But overall, like I've said earlier, the school resource officers, those that have those, that's the first line of defense, and this is a supplemental protection.
Well, was it Uvalde where the whole police force stayed outside and listened to the gunshots? The whole police force didn't go in? And you think one guy's going in?
Well, the idea is that you have a trained teacher there. The idea is, yes, I would hope that they would react. I mean, if it happened at my my elementary school or at yours, I would hope that somebody inside there would react.
Gentleman Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Gentlemen, yeah,
Yes, sir.
I'm trying to make sure I'm understanding you correctly. I mean, I've listened to a lot of things stated, and the role of a school resource officer, he or she is there for a purpose. And you telling me that the officers who are trained, I mean the teachers, the educators, that went through the training process will be allowed to carry those weapons inside the classroom,
Yes.
visibly?
Whether they're visible or not, I mean, they have the ability to conceal them.
Doesn't that somewhat excite a student when they pass by a student down the aisle, and if I walk past the aisle here and
I mean, I think you got to use a little common sense here. I think the school district can put mandates on that as well and say, look, they need to be concealed. They're under this bill, the statute for concealed and enhanced concealed is mentioned in the bill. So I think certainly the school district, if you're going to be a part of this, can put parameters on there that, you know, they be concealed or they be hidden, but they need to be on the person at all time.
okay.
You know, school resource officers, I drop my 10-year-old off every day and see school resource officers. Theirs are usually on their hip.
And Mr. Chairman, don't get me wrong. I understand where you're going in the intent of the bill. I think it's magnificent what you're trying to do. But I just see, and I've heard all the questions and things that came up, and I see that there's a lot of questions where people are a little confused with some of the things because we're talking safety.
Sure.
And when you go about having guns inside of a classroom, and believe it or not, there's some officers who have been trained and they don't properly secure their weapon.
I understand. And I know we're asking a lot of teachers, but again, it's also teachers don't have to do it. It's optional.
Yeah.
And I'll say this: there's no perfect bill that I can bring up here to you, and that can touch every single hypothetical that this body can come up with.
Mm-hmm.
But I do believe this is a sound, good policy that allows for your locals to make the decision on whether they want their teachers to be armed. And if they are going to be armed, it gives them the ability to be trained and some access to the proper certifications to make sure that they're acting in the best interest of our children.
Well, you know, I don't want the educators, first of all, they're there for a purpose to educate.
No doubt about it. And since COVID and since other things, we put a lot of burden on them.
Right.
And all this, again, is optional. And again, like I said, it will go to conference. It's not perfect,
Okay.
nor are many of the bills that we pass. But I do think it's a good start.
Okay, I just actually look at it because I know that, you know, some districts and the way they're made up are not capable of making sure those things are implemented.
I understand.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yeah.
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you say, gentlemen, did you say that it's optional, it's opt-in, opt-out?
Yes, sir.
So it's not mandatory?
Not mandatory.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, sir.
Just quick question. In every school district in the state of Mississippi, you have retired military and retired law enforcement. Will you accept an amendment that's saying a person there who would carry these firearms be either ex-military or ex-law enforcement? And the reason I bring that question up because even in combat, you have military personnel, even on our streets, you have ex-law enforcement officials come under fire and refuse to return fire in that situation and may innocent or endanger an innocent child, another teacher?
I believe that the Department of Public Safety has a program that's going to help us with that. I can't speak to what you're saying. I would not agree with the amendment on it. We do have school resource officers that are trained and that are there. And I don't disagree with you that this becomes a very anxious and nervous situation. And that's why it is going to be optional for those that want to do it.
All right, thank you.
All right, I don't see any further questions, but we do have some amendments. Jim from Covington has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Very simply, this bill says that those school districts of, like mine that contract with third-party vendors to provide security, that there's personnel would be able to participate in the program. It also would add a reverse repealer. That's the description.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
He came to us before. I'm fine with the amendment. Thank you.
Okay, you're not opposed to it. Is that what you said? All right. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Told gentleman from Pearl River has an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment comes from MDE and simply clarifies that federal funds can't be used to fund a portion of this program under some federal laws. That's a simple explanation of the amendment.
Recognize the chairman to respond.
We're fine with the amendment. He came to me beforehand, so I do not oppose.
All right. Question occurs on Amendment 2. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Only one thing I do want to say, I have talked to various superintendents. I know there's questions about MAE and school board. I have talked to various superintendents that said that they were fine with this, the way that we're doing that. So that's it. Move for final passage.
All right. If you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Nothing further on the bill. I'll open the machine. Madam Clerk, question occurs on Senate Bill 2079. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine. Madam Clerk, by a vote of 79 yeas, 35 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd call up item 5, Senate Bill 2120, and there's a strike all. I'd ask you to recognize the gentleman from Pearl River.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. The gentleman from Pearl River is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This strike all amendment takes the bill we passed that the lady from Lincoln introduced a couple of weeks ago, naming after her local law enforcement officers. It simply it clarifies as to which family members may receive the firearm of fallen law enforcement officers, just making sure that children, mothers, fathers are eligible to receive it upon their deaths. That's an explanation of the strike all amendment, Mr. Speaker. It was named after those two officers as well.
You conclude your explanation?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all. Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes. Lady from Lincoln. Okay. Everybody passes. All right. You favor the strike all. I'm sorry, what? Okay, well, now's the time.
And I do want to say, Mr. Speaker, just so for the record's clear, the act is to be known as the Officer James White and Colonel Zach Moak Act.
Okay, lady from Pearl River, you're recognized for an amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. We're putting a reverse repealer in here, but this amendment, we had a House bill earlier that passed, and it's just adding an EMS memorial. We have a memorial for firefighters and for our police, and this just gives us an EMS memorial for our EMS workers.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, oh, excuse me, I didn't recognize the chairman to respond to the amendment.
Yeah, I don't oppose, and I think she put a reverse repealer in this as well, so I don't oppose to the amendment.
All right. Question occurs on amendment. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all? I don't see any further amendments. All right, if you favor the strike, all indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Mr. Speaker, I'm informed that it's actually Corporal Zach Moak, so I would ask for unanimous consent to fix that on the short title.
Unanimous consent to change the name from Colonel to Corporal. Any objection? Hearing none, we will do that. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir.
All right, I don't see any questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2120. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By vote 114 yeas and 3 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
All right, Mr. Speaker, item number 6, Senate Bill 2298. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it.
Would you recognize the gentleman from Rankin?
Gentleman from Rankin is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Speaker. This is the same bill that we voted on several times before. This is the trying to resolve the issue that people can't get out on bond because some judges don't believe that the bond schedules are allowed, and when the Supreme Court rules clearly says it does. It just simply says that the judge can set a bond schedule, or that if they don't decide not to set a schedule, that they use the schedule that's in the Supreme Court rules. And if the person can't get out within 48 hours, they have to be carried before a judge. That's my explanation.
Questions? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Gentlemen, this is the same bill that requiring everybody who is arrested in a municipality that they have to go through a bail bond agent to get a bond to get out?
No, sir.
Okay, it doesn't change that?
No, it doesn't change that.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2298. You favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 116 yeas, 0 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, item number 7, I would skip that, ask to go to the hill of the calendar.
All right.
And call up item number 8, Senate Bill 2420, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman recognized.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is the bill that we passed this last year, and it ended up getting vetoed by the governor, not based on the substance here. This is a clean bill. It was vetoed on other reasons that had to do with expungement language. This one creates an offender registry for those people that have been convicted of a crime of public integrity, like bribery, embezzlement by a public official. It creates a registry at the Department of Public Safety. People will have to register once they are convicted of that. They register their own that registry for a period of 5 years, either after they have released from incarceration or 5 years after their conviction. There is a mechanism in here for them to get off early. They can petition the court to do so if once and all their fines and restitution and stuff like that has been paid. And they have 30 days to register once that they've been convicted, and it also brings forward sections that states that a county or state cannot hire somebody who has been convicted of this. That's an explanation of the bill.
Question, Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I like your bill. Is there a reason why we don't just include all government jobs, that they can't be hired if they're convicted of embezzlement? Why is it just county and municipality?
I think it is all. It's any county, municipality, and any other political subdivision.
Okay, all right. I'm sorry. I misunderstood.
I misunderstood too.
Yeah.
He didn't mention it.
All right, I don't see any further questions. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2420. You you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Opposed machine, Madam Clerk, by a vote of 102 yeas and 9 nays, the bill passes. Next item, accountability. Yes, sir. Gentleman from Etowamba.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to skip this right now and ask it to retain its place on the calendar.
Any objection? Hearing none, we'll do that. Item number 10, Medicaid. Yes, sir.
Mr. Speaker, I ask that two items we skip and keep their place on the calendar.
Okay. We did number 12. We're back to Judge B. You tired or you want to do more? This is probably a good stopping point for us. I think everybody's famished. They need a little energy. All right. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Accountability, efficiency, and transparency will meet upon recess in room 103.
Announcements by the members before we break for lunch. Jumping Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, I want to hold Senate Bill number 2358 on a motion to reconsider.
All right, we'll do that. Any further announcements? I don't see any. Recognize the gentleman from Activity Hall for the motion. Let's recess to 1:30, gentlemen.
Yes, sir. I move that this House stand recess until 1:30.
Motion is recess to 1:30. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. House in recess till 1:30. Please let the House come back to order. We return to the calendar. Jim from Choctaw wishes to return to the calendar items he skipped. There's no objection. Hearing none, we'll go back to item, which one are you going to, gentlemen?
Senate Bill 2380, no, Senate Bill 2381. Nope, that's not it. 2212.
I didn't understand the words you said. Which one are you going to?
2212, Mr. Speaker.
Item number 11. Chairman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered engrossed, read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, I'd like to recognize the lady from Forest to handle the bill.
Lady from Forest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, and members of the House. I'm pleased today to present to you Senate Bill 2212, which would extend postpartum benefits to eligible women from the current 60 days to 12 months. I know many in this body have heard about this issue and have been asked about this issue. Know that I bring it to you today and ask for your support for it because I truly believe that it is the right thing to do for both babies and women. I don't believe that issues surrounding the health of babies, both born and unborn, or women's health, should ever be political chess pieces, though we find ourselves often living in that political reality in these times. This bill reflects a policy and a legislative effort that has been ongoing for several years now. And this year, as we find ourselves in a post-Dobbs era, the need exists to both strengthen the social safety net and modernize our approach for helping our state's most vulnerable citizens. I've often heard the statement that Mississippi takes pride in being the safest state for a baby to be born. This bill demonstrates that we, as policymakers, also recognize that our commitment to life cannot end once the baby takes his or her first breath and is outside of the womb. Because we know that healthy moms equal healthy babies. If we care about babies, we must show that we care for and value their mothers, who in most cases are their primary caregivers. Women who suffer from physical or mental challenges after giving birth also have challenges when it comes to caring for their babies. By extending postpartum care to 12 months, this legislation delivers a very important cost-effective approach to delivering care. 12-month postpartum care reduces potential future preterm births by increasing the spacing of pregnancies and improving the health of moms. By providing a year of postpartum care, we prioritize the prevention of premature births and improving maternal health. Last week, the state of Wyoming passed legislation authorizing 12 months of postpartum care. Mississippi now stands as the only state in our country that has failed to make an effort toward extending these benefits for postpartum women. Senate Bill 2212 does not expand Medicaid eligibility to any person or group not covered. It simply authorizes and directs the Division of Medicaid to provide 12 months of continuous coverage postpartum for any individual who already qualifies for Medicaid coverage. Mr. Speaker, that is my explanation of the bill. I'll be happy to answer any questions.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentlelady yield?
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding, and I didn't know this until I started serving in the House, that it doesn't matter what your net worth is or how much money you make. If you're a female in Mississippi and you get pregnant, you can have your baby paid for by Medicaid. Is that not correct?
No, I don't believe that is not the case. The requirement is you have to be 194% of the federal poverty level.
Well, it's my understanding, and that is correct, right? But I believe the actual thing is that if you are a woman in Mississippi and you're pregnant, you can choose to go on the state's dime to have that baby delivered. Qualify, yes. So my question is, anybody that qualifies normally is not going to get kicked off postpartum coverage, or their baby's not going to be kicked off. Does this just extend coverage for somebody regardless of of what their net worth is or what they make?
If they are 194% of the federal poverty rate, then they would qualify. Do you want to hear what those levels are?
Sure.
Okay, so for a family of one, it's $26,364. For a family of two, it's $35,521. That's what would qualify a family of one or a family of two.
Well, my understanding must be wrong then. I talked to the people in the know and they said that you could qualify to have your pregnancy covered regardless of whether you're 190% or over.
No, sir.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Motion?
Yes, sir, state your
Motion to table.
motion is to table. Those opposed have 5 minutes. Any opposed? Okay, I don't see any. If you favor the motion to table, indicate by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. The noes have it. The noes have it. Any other questions?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Lady yields the floor. Anything further on the bill? All right. Chairman moves passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2212. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 89 yeas, 29 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, without objection, I would like to call up, we passed over Senate Bill 2381.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you, sir.
2613. I would like to call it up. I think we passed.
Item 10. Any objection? Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read, the third time placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to recognize the lady from Forest to handle the bill.
Lady from Forest is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen, last year we passed a bill that would require a permitting process for our non-emergency medical transport industry, the vehicles that actually carry our most vulnerable, our elderly population, our sick population to the doctor for things such as to have dialysis or for doctor's appointments. The permitting process was simply to make sure that those vehicles had insurance, that the drivers had a criminal background check, that the drivers had CPR training, things such as that, basic things. The bill passed overwhelmingly. We said that the permitting process would take effect July of 23. As you know, we have put a lot on the Department of Health over the past year or two, and it is possible that they may need a little bit more time to complete the permitting process. So all this bill does is extend the time allowed to permit our non-emergency medical transport vehicles from July of 23 to July of 24. That's the only change in the law. That is my explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions? Gentleman from Lauderdale, Mr. Young. Passes. Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentle Lady Yield.
I do.
During the committee, if you recall, we had some discussion about the fees per vehicle, and you were supposed to look into some stuff and let us know. So what's the status of that?
So I don't have an update on what the cost per vehicle would be, but we all agreed that what the Department of Health originally proposed was much too high. And even the gentleman at Department of Health, who is the second in command, agreed that what they had currently proposed was too high. So we have told Department of Health that it was never our intent for the permits to be a hardship on any businesses. I don't have what they have proposed for the permit, but they have assured me that it would be a very reasonable amount and would not pose any hardship on these businesses in our state.
So would the gentle lady, because I don't want to hold this piece of legislation up, because you've worked so diligently on so many different issues. Would a gentle lady be willing to work with putting a minimal fee in place so those businesses would not have a hardship in permitting? So can we have some discussion about a minimal fee?
Yes, and I have already indicated that was never our intent last year when this bill came through for there to be.
But you do know that there's nothing like putting something in shall not impose. You know, those terms mean a great deal in the work that we do.
I agree with you, gentlemen, and I give you my word on that.
Lady from Pearl River, Ms. Wilkes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have an amendment at the proper time.
All right, now's the proper time.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen. We're just adding the EMS memorial to this bill as well as we did earlier. We have a memorial for firefighters that have been killed in the line of duty, police killed in the line of duty, and we're just inserting the EMS memorial for our EMS guys that are killed in the line of duty in this bill.
Questions on the amendment? I don't see any. If you favor the amendment, excuse me, I got to let the chairman respond. I apologize.
No objection.
All right, if you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. Ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2613. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. By 117, 18 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Brings us, I'm sorry. Yes, sir. You have something further?
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I ask for immediate release on item number 11.
On which one?
2212, item 11.
Any objection? There is an objection. There's an objection. All right. That brings us down to number 13, Judiciary B.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd go to item 13, Senate Bill 2127, and call up the strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves that the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Who's doing the strike all?
Mr. Speaker, if you would recognize gentleman from Pearl River.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This strike all takes the terroristic threats bill that the House passed a couple of weeks ago and inserts it into this bill. As a reminder, the terroristic threat statute currently requires a demand element in situations where someone will call in a threat to a government body, such as a bomb threat or whatnot. This would simply remove that requirement that someone make a demand when making this type of threat. That's an explanation of the strike all and the full bill, Mr. Speaker.
Any questions? I don't see any. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
Move for final passage.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on Senate Bill 2127. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Close machine, Madam Clerk. I vote 104 yeas and 5 nays. The bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, item 14, Senate Bill 2347. I'd call it up, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. Bill considered in gross read the third time, placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, nay. The ayes have it. Gentleman's recognized.
Gentleman from Jackson to handle the bill.
Recognize gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, distinguished members of the House. Senate Bill 2347, basically right now, public hospitals are able to maintain a independent in-house law enforcement department. This bill will simply allow them to maintain that department if they have a change in ownership. Let me stress to the members of the House that these law enforcement officers go through the exact same training and requirements as any other law enforcement officer in the state of Mississippi. That ends my explanation. Be happy to take any
Question,
questions.
gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, please answer my question. How many hospitals in Mississippi you think do not have an existing security force?
3.
Pardon me?
3.
So this applies only to 3 hospitals?
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Sure.
Gentleman from Holmes, Mr. Clark.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. With the gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
Now, gentlemen, my understanding, what you're telling me is that this is only for public hospitals, correct?
Correct.
And you said is if it changed ownership,
If they change ownership.
and that's ownership to another public entity, correct?
Or it could be private or a 501c3 or nonprofit. It just says change in ownership.
Okay, so in theory, a private organization can maintain a police department.
In theory.
So we're doing private policing, possibly.
Well, you've got that, it's a private department now for these public hospitals.
But it's owned by a public entity, though.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Is everyone voted? Is everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 98 yeas, 13 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 15, Senate Bill number 2337. I'll call it up, make the usual motion, ask that you will recognize the gentleman from Grenada to handle the bill.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentleman from Grenada is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What this bill does, 2337, it lines up the statute of limitations for conspiracy to be similar to whatever the underlying felony is the individual is charged with conspiring on. That's the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentleman yield?
Yes.
Just so I can be clear on this, we're going to charge them as if they actually committed the actual crime they conspired to commit?
No, the statute of limitations is the same as the underlying felony.
Okay, thank you.
That's all it is.
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes.
So is this does not have a retrospect piece in it, does it? It's going from this point forward, so you can't go back and.
It does not have retroactive application.
Retroactive, that's what I meant, sorry.
That's right. It
My
does
mind
not
was
have
something else.
retroactive. It does not, gentlemen.
Okay.
Moving forward, effective July 1st of this year.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Mr. Speaker, item 16, can I pass it and request it retain its place on the calendar?
There's no objection.
Yes, sir, make that motion.
We will proceed.
I will call up item 17, Senate Bill number 2376. Call up the strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you want to explain the strike all?
Mr. Speaker, I'd ask that you recognize the gentleman from Scott to handle his last bill at the well.
He's recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2376, it has we did the strike all on it where we're putting a task force in place for the youth court Disclosure Task Force to undertake a comprehensive analysis of all the matters related to the disclosure of confidential records in the youth court. It's got a reverse repealer in the bill as well. So if there are not any questions, we'll move for final passage.
Questions on the strike all? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 2376. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir. Move for final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Item 18, I would like to pass it and let it retain its place on the calendar.
If there's no objection, we will do that. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver, for what purpose?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would help welcome this afternoon with us one of my constituents, good friends, Mr. Randy Williams from Montgomery County, Mississippi. And Randy works down here in Jackson and has come to watch us work today. Good to have you, Randy.
He used to be my constituent, gentlemen, so I'm going to just say he's on loan for now. How about that? Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction.
You're recognized.
In the North Gallery, have visiting with us today from New Orleans, Ptolemy White, who's at the Jackson Resource Center. Let's help make him welcome, please.
Mr. Chairman, you're recognized for your next item.
All right. Senate Bill number 2634. I'd call it up, make the usual motion, and ask that we adopt the strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the strike all, gentlemen.
Ladies and gentlemen of the House, this is a bill that comes to us really from the Attorney General. It changed from the Senate. I'll explain that in just a minute. But what it does is it changes under current law, under 9753, someone can be prosecuted for not paying. They can be indicted. They can be prosecuted. They can go to jail for not paying child support for a child under the age of 18. What this bill does is it makes it consistent with the civil law of a child under the age of 21. So that's all we're doing is changing 18 to 21. We also put in here defenses for an affirmative defense statute that would allow somebody to raise if the child has married, joined the military, or otherwise been emancipated. A person would have a defense to an indictment and prosecution for that. It differs in the way the Senate basically wanted it to be moved from 18 to 24. I wasn't willing to go that high, so we did it to 21, and that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Strike all is adopted. Anything further on the bill?
No, sir. Final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 99 yeas, 14 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Next item is Senate Bill 2645. I'll call it up, make the usual motion, and then call up the strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
All right, Mr. Speaker, I'll explain the strike all, then I've got an amendment to the strike all. The strike all is nothing more. The bill came over increasing assistant district attorneys, increasing some criminal investigators. The bill does not do that. The bill simply brings forward the entire code section for circuit court districts and allows it to be amended going forward. There's talk about us doing this or not. The bill was going to die. I talked to the chairman of appropriations over there. And I said, well, let's just keep it alive to see, because I know that there are some districts, Hinds County being one, DeSoto County being another, Jackson County being a third, that want a new increase in the assistant district attorneys, along with all of them. But those are three that come to my mind that are readily available and need help, more so than others. So that's the purpose of it. And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to it.
Explain your amendment.
The amendment just puts it should have done it in committee, but I forgot. Just puts a reverse repealer in it.
Questions on the amendment? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines. Don't see any questions on the amendment. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Any further explanation on the strike all, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Question occurs on the adoption of strike all Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 2645. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Judd B. yields floor. Corrections?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Call up item number 21, Senate Bill 2495, advance the usual motions, and it does include a strike all, and move to adopt a strike all at appropriate time.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The gentleman has asked that the strike all be adopted in lieu of the original bill. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Well, I recognize a gentleman from Harrison County to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senate Bill 2495 addresses reimbursements for county jails housing state inmates from MDOC and the time frame in which the state inmates are transferred from the county jail to the state. The first thing it does is raises the rate of reimbursement from $20 to up to $25. And then the next thing it does is it has a timetable in there for the different levels of the rates. And basically from days 1 through 30, this is after 5 days of MDOC receiving the sentencing order, the rate will be $25, 1 through 30. Days 31 through 60, $30. Days 61 and greater will be $34. They will also make MDOC responsible for the medical cost that the counties incur when the inmates are in the county jails. There is a reverse repealer in the bill. This bill did pass the Senate 51-0, and that concludes an explanation of the bill.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Criswell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
So can the county jails refuse these inmates when MDOC wants to bring them and house them there?
That's a fair question. From my understanding, they technically could do that, but I've not found where that's been done. They accept the inmates.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Hinds, Mr. Brown, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yields.
Yes, sir.
It's my understanding that most of the county jails, particularly in this metro area, are full. So how can they take MDOC inmates and they're already full?
Well, many of the people we're talking about are already there. Okay. Secondarily to that, just because your capacity is 850, I know my jail in Harrison County, they sometimes have to take more just to handle the population. So this is what we're
have to take what? I didn't hear that.
They have to take more than their capacity. So this is what we're trying to deal with.
Federal law won't allow that.
Pardon me?
Federal law will not allow that for not too long a period of time anyway.
Okay, well, maybe that's a later debate.
Don't see any further questions.
Question occurs on the adoption of Strike All Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 2495. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen? On the
No, Mr.
bill?
Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes.
Yield the floor.
Corrections yields. Chairman of Transportation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to go to item 22, Senate Bill 2003. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, Mr.
Please
Chairman.
recognize the gentleman from Prentice to handle the next 5 items.
Gentleman from Prentice is recognized to handle this bill and the next few. Gentlemen, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2003 is one of our highway dedications. It's an act to designate a section of United States Highway 12 in Oktibbeha County, Mississippi, as the G. Lewis Jones Memorial Highway. It's one of our former police chiefs that lost his life. That is the explanation of the bill.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 23, Senate Bill 2545 is an act to designate. I want to call it up and ask for usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a section of U.S. Highway 35 in Panola County, Mississippi, as the Constable Ray Hawkins Memorial Highway. This is a deceased former constable in that area. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 24, Senate Bill 2546. Called up and asked the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2546 is an act to designate a section of U.S. Highway 51 in Panola County as the Joe Kenneth Cosby Memorial Highway. This is one of our former deputy sheriffs that lost his life. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Don't see any questions, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 119 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 25, Senate Bill 2547. Called up and asked the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is one of our former colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, and this is an act to designate a segment of U.S. Highway 315 in Panola County, Mississippi, as the Nolan Medenthal Memorial Highway. Mr. Medenthal served in the Senate, and he moved on up to the House, and he served 24 years here in this body, and he really had a passion for our colleges and universities and the funding that they receive, and a great man, a great colleague, and I know we often think about him and miss him, and even Miss Kay. So it's an honor today to designate this section of highway in his honor and his service to our great state. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate your explanation, gentlemen, and I'm sure as his former colleagues and those that are here new vote for this bill, he was a fine man, and we all enjoyed him on both sides of the aisle. He was a good guy, and if nothing else, it's a reflection for us on our humility and that, hey, think about it. One day your colleagues going to think enough of you and the way that we acted here that they'd be willing to vote for a bill naming a highway in your area after you. And so it's a good point of reflection, gentlemen. Appreciate the bill. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? There's been a request to add everyone's name as co-authors to that bill, gentlemen. So
Yes.
it's a Senate bill. Sorry, gentlemen, we can't go there. Those pesky senators. Next item, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 26, Senate Bill 2602.
Hold on, gentlemen. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item. I'm sorry, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Item 26, Senate Bill 2602. Call it up and ask the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is an act to designate a segment of U.S. Highway 25 in Leake County, Mississippi, as the Cash Hayden McGraw Memorial Highway. And it also has Section 2 in the bill, which designates the bridge on Highway 25 in Winston County, Mississippi, as the Stacy Dale Ricks Memorial Bridge. That is the explanation of the bill, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Wildlife. You recognize, gentlemen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, call up Senate Bill 2534, make usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I believe you've got a strike call, gentlemen.
We do.
Gentleman
Call
calls
the strike call.
Gentleman calls up strike call, moves that it be adopted in lieu of the original bill. You're recognized to explain the strike call, gentlemen.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, the strike call simply takes our House language from House Bill 517 regarding the voting bill and places it in the Senate bill. I wasn't happy with their language in the Senate, so we adopted our language. We voted 112 to 7, so that's an explanation of the strike call.
Questions on the strike call? Don't see any, gentlemen. Question recurs to the adoption of strike call amendment 1 to Senate Bill 2534. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Final passage, please.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 8 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Montgomery, Mr. Oliver.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen of the House, if you would help me make welcome in the South Gallery, Mr. Marvin Edwards, good friend of mine and constituent. Marvin is with the Mississippi Association for Returning Citizens. Make him welcome, please.
Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Introduction out of order.
Recognized.
In the North Gallery, ladies and gentlemen, I want you to make welcome Mississippi Center for Reentry. We have people up there in the front row. Connie Jones, Styrus Burks, Brittany Brown, Candia Milton, and Sinetra Freeman. They're all formerly incarcerated individuals who are currently employed. And they're fighting for people just like them to try to get redemption and to move on with their life. So make them feel welcome.
Welcome to you all. It's really good to have you here at your Capitol today. Mr. Chairman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2556, make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Call up the strike all, please.
Gentleman moves that strike all be adopted in lieu of the original bill. You're recognized to explain the strike all.
All right, the strike all is going to take the House bill language from House Bill 516 and insert it into Senate Bill 2556. Once again, their language was not very clear. Ours is extremely clear. We're going to adopt our language. That's an explanation of the amendment.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 1 nay, the bill passes. Gentleman from Rankin.
Speaker, I ask that item 29, SCR 533, maintain its place on the calendar.
Thank you, gentlemen. Here, no objection. We will do that. Gentleman from Copiah, Mr. Holloway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In addition to the introduction earlier, I'd like to make a special introduction. In the North Gallery, a constituent of mine from down I-55 to Double Nickel, where the grass is greener, the air is cleaner, the sky is bluer, and the sugar is sweeter. Miss Connie Gilmore Jones. Let's give her a round of applause.
Universities and colleges.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to bring up Senate Bill 2487, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
And this is a strike all, and I'd like to call on the gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Lamar is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all simply inserts the House language that we passed earlier this session on the dual enrollment scholarship program. It also adds a reverse repealer. Just to recap on what that bill does, it does offer juniors and seniors in high school up to 15 hours of credit or scholarship credit for dual enrollment classes for both academic and CTE courses. And that's a brief explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Don't see any, gentlemen. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 5 nays, the bill passes. Chairman Judd B., you back with us?
Yes, sir. Mr. Speaker, on item 31, 32, 33, I just want to have those read for the third time.
Yes, sir, gentlemen, we will do that. It's items 31, 32, and 33.
All right, and then I'd call up item 34, Senate Bill number 2239, and also call up the strike all.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the strike all, gentlemen.
You recognize the gentleman from Covington?
Absolutely. Gentleman from Covington is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill would add the Highway Patrol to what the county and city officers are approved to do, allowed to do, which is use their official uniform, firearm, vehicle, if approved by their superiors, in private security that is in the area of their jurisdiction. Hear me now? So this would add highway patrol to what city officers and county deputies can do, which is if they're approved by their governing authority, on a case-by-case basis, they can use their official vehicle, firearm, and/or uniform in providing private security if they're in the jurisdiction that they serve. And that's a description of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you again, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, sir.
I remember having that bill come up last year, I believe, and we talked about the liability side of this scenario. And when they are, quote, unofficially on duty somewhere else, what about the liability situation? Would it be covered by the law enforcement agency that they represent, or will it be covered by the school or the church, perhaps, that they are?
Line 36, gentleman, says that acts or omissions of an officer in discharge of his private security employment shall be deemed to be the acts or omissions of the person or entity who hires or enters into a contractual service agreement with him, not the omissions or acts of the employing jurisdiction.
I didn't hear anything about liability.
Well, that's what that means. That means if it's deemed to be not the governmental entity that's acting, but the private entity that hires them. Is that what you're asking?
Well, what if they don't have that type of insurance? Everybody don't have liability, don't have the proper amount, shall I say?
Well, if that's a private group, so that'd be something differently if we're going to require everybody to have insurance. But as far as protecting the government, they're not going to be liable for actions that are taken, okay, based on what I just read.
All right.
Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will gentlemen yield?
Yes, sir.
I like the bill. I like being the authority to do that, but I'm a little curious, though, if they are being hired out as private security, who foots the bill for the gas in the vehicle when they're driving around patrolling an area? Is whoever hires them, do they have to give any kind of reimbursement back to the county or the municipality so that the taxpayers aren't supplementing it?
I believe that is something to that effect is in here. Yes, they already do that. I think that's, this is, all this is current law. All this is, only changes allowing highway patrol. But I think that is, there's something in here, but otherwise that would be an unauthorized donation that they're not permitted to do. So I think they're required by other laws to collect for that. I don't know if that answers your question or not. There's nothing in this bill that says they have to, but there's other laws that say that they have to.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Gentleman from Adams, Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for a introduction out of order.
You're recognized.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, in the North Gallery, a constituent of mine who is a minister doing tremendous work in helping people find redemption, Reverend Joseph Holliday is in the North Gallery. Say hello to him for me, please.
Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, will you yield?
Yes, sir.
Quick question. Doesn't it just make more sense for the private entities that are hiring these individuals to provide uniforms and weapons for these officers?
Not my bill, but I think that would be a good argument. Yes.
Could be a good argument.
But that, again, this is already allowed for, cities and county, right, officers. This is only changing for highway patrol.
The question still remains, even if we're allowing it for highway patrol, it just seems to make more sense for that private entity to provide uniforms and weapons for our officers. I can imagine if we run into a situation that the highway patrol, even though he's not in the scope of his employment as a highway patrol, he's wearing that uniform, it will put a bad look on the highway patrol. Wouldn't you agree? If something was to occur.
If he acted wrongly, yes. A real life example of this, so I live in a town, represent a town of 300 people. And so you can imagine funds are pretty tight. So when they have certain functions or the community has certain functions, sometimes there will be people either from the county sheriff's office or town police, which is a pretty small group of people, that will help provide security for that. And I'm assuming, I don't know, but I'm assuming that they're doing that under this bill, which would permit them to do that.
But it would still make more sense for that entity to provide the uniform, at least the uniform.
If there were such an entity, that's correct. But you and I both know that there's a lot of community entities that are not really legal entities to do that, so.
I don't know of any illegal entities. All right, thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If the gentleman will yield.
Yes, sir.
Now, are you certain that we can constitutionally authorize this?
Well, it's current law, so I'm not aware if it's been challenged to the Supreme Court regarding its constitutionality, but.
Okay. Well, how does this change current law?
It's currently authorized for city and county police officers, deputies and county deputies and police officers of a municipality. All this does is say that highway patrol could do the same thing.
Okay, so it just extends it to the highway patrol.
Yes, sir.
Now, somebody is going to get some benefit from and you're saying the use of weapon, vehicle, and uniform?
That's correct.
And some entity or some individual is going to get some, but this you do have a reverse repealer in it?
Yes.
All right, and maybe we can figure it out before it's over with. Thank you, sir.
Gentleman from Bolivar, Mr. Sanders.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman, you?
Yes.
Gentlemen, help me, and maybe I missed it, and if I did, charge it to my head. So you're saying that the agency that has an ordinance in place, and most of them do, most law enforcement agencies has an ordinance in place that they prohibit officers from wearing their uniforms when off duty. So my question is, are we stripping them of that right to prohibit that?
Absolutely not. This is something that would be totally optional for the city, totally optional for the county. That's already current law.
Okay.
And now, if this bill passes, totally optional for the highway patrol.
Okay, so you're saying that the highway patrol will be allowed?
That's what this bill does, yes.
So the commissioner's been okay with that?
It's I would assume the author checked with him first. I don't know, but again, it would be totally optional. Nothing is mandated on any of these entities.
Well, it surprised me because one thing I do know about the highway patrol, they have strict policies and guidelines. Their policy is one of the strictest we've ever seen. And I mean, for them to allow this is the first. Thank you.
Don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question recurs to the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, sir.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 101 yeas, 12 nays, the bill passes. Ladies and gentlemen, before we move on to the next item, if you're all feeling nervous, I wanted to tell you why. It's because, we're passing all these Senate bills and we're maybe fixing them as we pass them, but the guy that's in charge for most of that, we don't know what's happening in the Senate right now because the guy that is in charge is sitting over here in the chamber with the chairman of Ways and Means. It's the Lieutenant Governor's Chief of Staff, Mr. Upchurch, and, you see how we welcome him into the chamber. We provide a chair for him. We even chat him up. What y'all need to know is that Not only do he and I share the hometown of Kosciuszko, Mississippi, so that's a special reason to like this guy, but the other thing is today is his birthday, and he came to celebrate it with us. So let's wish him a happy birthday from the house. He's taking notes. Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. McKnight. Excuse me, gentleman from Grenada, Mr. Horan.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, is he no longer going to be using fake IDs that I've seen him running around the Capitol? Is he done with that, or do you know?
They tell me he's of age, but if not, the Senate will be coming with some sort of strike all or amendment that'll fix all that, I think.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Appreciate your question. Chairman of Jud B.
Mr. Speaker, can I be recognized for a motion on that happy birthday?
You're recognized.
To hold that on a reconsideration until they passed all my bills?
Gentlemen, with the way it looks with the House bills on the Senate end, you might be holding that motion till this time next year.
The next one, Mr. Speaker, item number 35, I just want read for the third time.
We will do that, gentlemen. Jud B. yields. Chair Lady of Jud A.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 36, Senate Bill number 2197, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Harrison to present the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2197 comes to us from the Veterans Affairs Board, and this would authorize the county veteran service officers to, with a written power of attorney, to assist veterans with claims, benefits, and appeals in administrative hearings before the United States Department of Veterans Affairs. The bill provides immunity except in cases of abuse, fraud, or breach of fiduciary responsibility. That concludes an explanation of the bill. And it did pass 52-0 in the Senate.
You saying that means something, gentlemen?
To Nathan, it does.
I don't see any questions on the bill. You move final passage. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 37, Senate Bill number 2075, call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, ladies and gentlemen of the House, we have a strike all. The strike all includes actually the House Bill 1490 and House Bill 1342. This died in the Senate, and what the strike all does is just include those bills that deals with the adoptive procedure, where we created a license authority in House Bill 1342, and then in House Bill 1490, where we required the Department of Wildlife and Fisheries to suspend licenses for any person that hasn't paid child support. So that's all the strike all does. It just includes those two bills that previously passed the House.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any, lady.
Move final passage.
Lady moves adoption of the strike all. If you favor the adoption of the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Lady moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 108 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item 38, Senate Bill number 2082. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Mr. Speaker, please recognize the gentleman from Smith to present the strike all.
Gentleman from Smith is recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the strike all adds language to a similar bill that we just passed out from the House, House Bill 1215. If you recall, this is the bill where we're creating a new code dealing with child support obligations, whereby they'll be suspended for anybody incarcerated over 180 days. The strike all, we're adding a reverse repealer, as well as the language that the court may not consider incarceration as intentional or voluntary unemployment or unemployment when establishing or modifying a child support order. That's the explanation of the strike all.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, Mr. Carpenter, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman,
Yes, sir.
who is going to take care of these babies if the father's not?
Well, first of all, let me make a statement, okay? We put the reverse repealer in. This is going to wind up in conference, and we're hoping that we can fix some issues with this bill. But to answer your question, if an individual is in jail or prison, they don't have the ability to pay while they're in prison.
I understand.
So as far as taking care of the children, that's going to be left up to the family unless the child is on any type of government services. But it's regardless of what this bill says, that father or non-custodial parent is going to be in prison, whether it's the father or mother, and they're still not going to be taking care of the child because they're in prison. They do not have the ability to pay. But now what the bill actually does is if they do have the ability to pay while they're in prison, the agency or the custodial parent can go to court, and the court still has the discretion to look at it to see if they can continue to pay while they're in prison.
Don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 97 yeas, 20 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 39, Senate Bill number 2077. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill number 2077, what it's doing is for charity organizations, we're raising the threshold from $500,000 to $750,000. And this is going to be for cash basis measurements only for the audit thresholds. What we found in talking to some of the counterparts on the other end of the hall, especially for your smaller charity organizations, when you have a $500,000 threshold and you're taking into account the income basis, that they are being audited for non-cash purposes. And so what this is doing is changing that threshold from $500,000 to help our smaller organizations, our smaller charity organizations, to $700,000, and it's going to be a cash basis measurement only. And that's an explanation of 2077.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, lady.
Move final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, lady.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to go to item number 40, Senate Bill 2384. Call it up and make the usual motion.
Lady calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, lady.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is a strike all to the foster care and adoption task force, where we're creating the task force. In the strike all, we reconfigured the members of this particular task force, and the task force is only going to be functional for a year. There is a reverse repealer in the bill, and that's essentially what the strike all does, Mr. Speaker.
Questions on the strike all? I don't see any. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Chairman of Public Utilities, he passes. Education. You want walk-up music or something, gentlemen? What are we? Chairman of Education is recognized.
1 second here, sir. Caught me off guard. What number are we on? Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to call up House Bill 2333 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed read a third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yield to the gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
And I believe you've got a strike all.
You do.
Gentleman will be recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. House Bill 2333, the strike off for House Bill 2333 would insert the House language on the Seizure Safe Schools bill. It'll also add our language from the mental health bill that we passed for students. It's passed the House the last few years that allows for trauma-informed training for teachers, and we also added some clarifying language on dyslexia training as far as who's eligible to provide that in schools. That's a brief explanation of what's in the strike off for 2333.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Felsher.
Gentleman, you?
Yes, sir.
Hey, can you clarify whether the language on the mental health treatment in schools includes our community mental health centers?
Yes, gentlemen, and as I said earlier, we'll continue to work through that together. This bill is going to go to conference, so we'll make sure that everybody's happy with the language at the end.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Byrd.
Amendment at the proper time.
I believe that time would be now, gentlemen. I don't see any further questions. Gentleman from Jackson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Me?
Thank you. I'm sorry?
Question on the strike off.
Yeah, okay.
Yes.
Yes, gentlemen.
Thank you. Gentlemen, what is the Senate's position concerning, you mentioned dyslexia training or education. What is the Senate's position on helping all children of this state whenever it comes to that subject matter?
I've not had a conversation with the Senate about it, but I certainly hope that they share our position, which is that we should help all the children of Mississippi, particularly those with dyslexia, get the best education they can possibly access. So.
And gentlemen, I agree with you 100%. Please hold that position. We need to help all children of this state.
I completely agree.
Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This body has been involved in dyslexia since 2012, we passed landmark legislation. You may hear it said that we don't have enough dyslexia therapists. I can tell you that William Carey University has graduated 175. Mississippi College has graduated 414. We have almost 600 now that are available. George County School District has a dyslexia therapist in every elementary school in George County. They're licensed by the state, license 203. They practice dyslexia therapy. This language that's been inserted into this Senate bill, which is a good bill, it provides that children with seizures have someone who is trained to administer seizure medications. Very important. But the House stuck in some dyslexia therapy language in there, and it's not good language. What it does is it devalues licensure. It devalues the quality of dyslexia therapy. So what I have is an amendment that will require simply that our tax dollars go to a program that has a licensed dyslexia therapist. And their language relates to CALT, Certified Academic Language Therapist, who could be a licensed dyslexia therapist with a Master of Dyslexia Therapy degree, or it could be an individual who's just passed a test by ALTA. The American Language Therapy Association gives out the CALT sticker, and they claim to be therapists, and they're providing an inferior product to our children. So yes, we want to help all of our children, but we want to have them have the best. You may hear that other states don't do what we do. Well, duh. That's why we're number one. That's why we're nationally recognized by the Excel in Ed as the only state in the nation since we passed a law in 2012 that has we can't say voucher, so we say a scholarship for children who have a diagnosis of dyslexia, so that child may go to a special purpose non-public school and the state money follows the child. So in this amendment, we offer protection. We offer protection for your tax dollars, that they go to a licensed program with a Master of Dyslexia Therapy delivering the instruction. We offer protection for licensure for those individuals who have borne the burden and heat of the day and put in the 720 clinical hours to get a Master of Dyslexia degree. We don't want to devalue those individuals by allowing others who are unqualified to pretend to perform the same quality of therapy. Thirdly, we want to protect our children. You know, this hits home. I have dyslexia. I didn't know it till I was 60 years old. I struggled all through life. I hated school. I volunteered for the draft, took a chance on a bullet and knob to get out of going to college. I ended up as a paratrooper in 82nd Airborne. I'm proud of it. But because of dyslexia, one of my granddaughters was failing in the 5th grade. We paid out of her mother paid out of her pocket $16,000 over 4 years, 3 nights a week to a licensed dyslexia therapist. What if we'd have gone to a CALT? And what would we have for our money? But what we have for our money today is an individual who is on a path to graduate with an associate's degree. She'll graduate high school with an associate's degree from William Carey, not William Carey, but Pearl River Community. That's what a licensed dyslexia therapist can do for you. So I ask that you support this amendment to protect your tax dollars, to protect your children, and to protect licensure and uphold the standards of this state. A certification does not equal a master's degree. And I'll tell you, George County is doing this in their public school. They don't need a law to do this. They're doing it on their own. George County has a dyslexia therapist in every elementary school in George County. The children are benefiting greatly for it, and their elementary schools are going. So please support this amendment.
Gentlemen, do you yield for questions?
I'll yield for any question.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Will the gentleman yield?
Yes, ma'am.
So after all of that, I find it difficult to ask you a question, but I do have one.
Please.
My understanding, and we've all been getting a lot of emails, is that there are very, very few master's degree dyslexic teachers. And so what my understanding of this is, if you have a different one, but my understanding is having somebody is better than having nobody. And so in every school, now think of however many schools we have, you are limiting some help to some children by not allowing them to have whatever help they can get.
Yes, well, let me tell you, a little dab won't do you for dyslexia therapy.
Well, I thought the same thing about athletic trainers and physical therapists and a lot of other things that we passed in here. But I'm just telling you, I hate to say you cannot have any help if you have dyslexia unless they have a master's degree.
There's no law that prevents anybody from helping.
Aren't you doing that?
Madam, there's no law that prevents anyone from helping a child that has dyslexia. You can hang a shingle on the side of the street, bring me your child and your money. But I don't think
Okay, so read me your amendment again. I thought you were doing that. I may be wrong.
My amendment says, let me get my glasses.
I'm that age
Wherever they
too.
are.
Gentlemen, your time has expired. There's been a request for 2 minutes. It will be granted.
We got our 2 minutes. So that we now define therapist in the law. And so my amendment will continue to say that a therapist is one who holds a state Department of Education license number 203 and has been trained in a department-approved Orton-Gillingham-based dyslexia therapy program. It upholds our standards, and there's no law against anyone claiming to be a dyslexia therapist, but if they're taking our tax money, I think they ought to be licensed. Okay? Any other questions?
Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Hines, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Gentleman. Gentlemen, will you yield?
Yes.
It's my understanding that there's a group down on the Gulf Coast that's doing some outstanding work. And they've been doing, they have a large number of kids whose grades have improved. They've been doing some, and I don't think that they are licensed, but the statistics that I have read say that they're doing an outstanding job. So would this hinder those people from doing the work that they've been doing on the Gulf Coast with your amendment?
Well, I don't think so, as long as they're not taking our tax dollars.
Thinking is not what we're doing here. I need an honest, will your amendment stop those people who have been performing at a high level on the Gulf Coast, doing the work with students who have dyslexia? Would this hinder them from performing that task?
I don't think so. I think the idea behind this, many times it's either sex or money. This one's about money, and they can hire a call cheaper. They can hire a dyslexia therapist. We have dyslexia therapists who won't get hired in the public schools because they don't want to pay, and they don't want to allow them to perform the therapy that they're trying to do. An attorney can't practice out of the scope of his, neither can a doctor, and neither can a dyslexia therapist.
Gentleman, time's expired on his amendment. You'll be allowed to close. I recognize the chairman to respond. Yes, gentlemen.
I'll be recognized for a motion, please.
State your motion, gentlemen.
My motion is to table this amendment, and I can speak to it if I need to.
Those opposed have 5 minutes.
Well, I'm certainly going to oppose it because we need to uphold the standards we have. We don't need to do a disservice to our children by giving them inferior dyslexia therapy. Dyslexia is a phonological processing disorder in the brain that takes over 800 repetitions to train that brain to learn to read on the left side instead of the right side where a dyslexic defaults. It's very scientific. The Yale Center for Dyslexia and Creativity supports the methodology we use. It's been used a long time. It's proven. And it's the best thing for our children. So I oppose the gentleman's motion.
Anyone else wish to speak in opposition to the motion? Don't see any. Question recurs on the gentleman's motion to table Amendment 1 to Amendment 1. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Anything further? Gentlemen, We'll recognize the chairman to respond at this time.
So the gentleman came to me before we presented this amendment or this legislation and brought to me a couple of changes he wanted to look at to the language, and I committed that I'd work with him on that. But that commitment remains, but what he said today is not an accurate representation of what we're trying to do here. As the lady from Lincoln said, some therapy is better than none. There are teachers, there are people who are qualified in our state who want to help these students who are not receiving any kind of care at all. They want to help these students, and they are not being given an opportunity to do that because we won't let them. We're the only state in the country. The only state, there are 49 other states in this country that allow this to happen. We are the only ones not doing it. When we sat up here and passed scope of practice care for other things, we allowed that to happen because we wanted more care rather than less. That is not what this does. We are trying to do that with this. That is what we're trying to accomplish. Again, despite what he said and despite how angry I may seem right now, I'm still committed to working with the gentleman because he knows more about dyslexia than probably most people in this chamber. I respect his knowledge on that. What I don't respect is to come up here and to misrepresent what we're trying to do. We are trying to do something that's good for children with dyslexia. I ask that you oppose the amendment and give us an opportunity to continue to work through this, as we'll do as we move through the process. I move final passage.
We're still on the amendment now, gentlemen. Lady from Pearl River, for what purpose?
To speak against the amendment.
You better hurry, lady. You've got 5 minutes, lady.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're just trying to get all the children in this state help from dyslexia. There's one school in this state that we're getting pushback from. I have a dyslexia therapist in my area. She holds a master's. She tests for dyslexia. She does speech therapy and also dyslexia training. She's very well knowledgeable and diverse, and she is all in favor of these CALT professionals teaching. We do have a shortage. We need every child to get the help that they need. 49 other states are doing this, and they're being successful. So there's no reason to make our children suffer for a few people who want money and want to control things at the expense of our children. I love our children, and I want to get our children all the help. The earlier they're diagnosed, the earlier they get treatment, the more successful they will be. Thank you.
Thanks.
Gentleman from Forest. Lady, do you yield for question?
Yes.
Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Zuber.
Mr. Speaker, will the gentlelady yield?
Yes.
Lady, let me see if I can get to the crux of this matter. Is there one professional organization in this state or in this country that is opposed to the original House position?
One.
And where is that located? That's one school located in Petal, Mississippi?
Petal, Mississippi. Yes, sir.
I think that answers everything. Thank you, lady.
You're welcome.
Gentleman from Tishomingo, for what purpose?
Well, gentlelady, yield.
Yes, sir.
Do you believe the man standing behind you knows a little bit about dyslexia?
I absolutely do.
Has there built a building in this state named after him for
Yes.
dyslexia?
Yes.
Well, how did he get that? You don't have to answer that, ma'am.
This isn't about picking and choosing anyone but the students over everyone else. This is about when you have all the other therapy organizations approving this CALT therapy and one organization being against it. We're choosing to side on the side of our children, not on one organization. 49 other states have CALT professionals treating dyslexic children, and they're all successful. So I find that hard to believe that Mississippi would be taking a step backwards by not allowing us to when 49 other states are doing it successful, and other professionals, DeBarge School, USM, Ole Miss, I believe all of our universities are on board as well.
Thank you, lady. I don't see any further questions.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Forest, you'll be allowed to close on your amendment, and I believe the gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, has a question for you if you yield for a question.
Okay, well, first, let me offer this explanation. What we're talking about, we're
I'll
not
take
talking
that
about...
as you do not yield for questions. You may close on your amendment.
Thank you. We don't need a question, gentlemen. What you need to understand is this language pertains to special purpose non-publics. Public schools can do whatever they want to. We're not limiting anything in a public school. We're just preserving our tax dollars, and we're preserving a program, a specialized program that helps children. So don't be confused thinking that this applies broadly to everything. This is all about a special purpose non-public school. Plain as that. So we're not limiting access to dyslexia therapists. Schools can do whatever they want to, public schools, and they don't need a special law to have the money follow a child to their public school. So with that, please, let's support this amendment. Let's move it on. I got another amendment too, so let's get this one done. Let's move on.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the strike all. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. Noes have it. Noes have it. Insufficient number. Gentlemen, you indicated you have another amendment.
So I'm going to ask you to send this to conference. My amendment puts a reverse repeal in it. I had another amendment. If you'd have passed the first one, it would be such a good deal, I was going to open it up to kindergarten, because it starts now at first grade. But since you were unwilling to do that, then please, let's put a reverse repeal in this and get it to conference. Thank you.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan, for what purpose?
Question.
Yes, sir.
And what you're trying to do is, we had one person say in southern Mississippi, if we didn't have three in the state, south, central, and north, and they were qualified in a master, couldn't the other one sign off with them just like we do with nursing and whatnot, as far as that? Sign off on conjunction with where they doing the work and all, and then coming in and the master sign off on it? Just like they do for doctors and nurse practitioners?
Yeah.
Wouldn't that work?
Yeah, I can't really understand what you're saying. I hear you, but I understand what you're saying.
I understand you talking loud. You need to turn them hearing aids up a little bit.
Yeah.
Anyway, take it as it is. I'm just trying to help you.
I know you are.
Got one.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney, for a question.
Gentleman yield?
Yes, sir.
I guess we're on the same path with my buddy right here. If you have a school, whatever school you want to take, private or whatever, if they have one person that's what we call master certified, maybe not the proper, but then can't they have like a principal, they're their main one, and then the others can be certified, would do the same purpose as long as you got somebody reviewing their work? Would that work?
Sure. Listen, there's no problem with a certified academic language therapist. If you want to use one, any public school can. It's not a problem there.
What about the private, one of the private schools that somebody was talking about? Do they have a certified master, whatever you call it, for that school? So if you have one person, can the rest of them be certified?
Well, the one person can administer the program. As a matter of fact, it's in our law that you have to have an individual who administers the program. In George County, that individual is Christy Tanner. But she has, in every elementary school, she has a dyslexia therapist that gives children 1 hour per day, every day, multiple groups for that, because this is small group, intense dyslexia therapy. That's what works for these children.
So let's go back to the private school. If they have that one person like Ms. Tanner.
Gentlemen, a private school can do whatever they want to too. But if they're going to take our tax dollars, they must have a licensed program.
Well, that's what I'm saying though. Can that person like Ms. Christie be in that private school?
Mm-hmm.
And then they oversee, that's what the people are wanting, that they want people in schools, but they have that one person on staff that can review or whatever you want to call it. Would that work? Would that satisfy
Well, right now, it might work in the future, but right now, the way it must work is that your instruction must be delivered by a licensed 203 dyslexia therapist if you want to get the tax dollars. So please support the amendment to send this to conference, and it'll get further work.
I recognize the gentleman to respond.
The plan the entire time was to take this to conference. The strike all we had already discussed that with the gentleman. That's still the plan. No problems with the amendment for the strike all. Again, I would just like to repeat that this is about doing what the schools that specialize in dyslexia, we are trying to give them what they're asking for. And it is this, because they do not have enough people to staff and treat the students in their schools. That's the point of this bill. Again, no problem with the amendment, but I just want to reiterate that's what we're talking about.
Thank you,
that's
gentlemen.
what we're arguing about. Thank you.
Question occurs in the adoption of Amendment 2 to the strike all. If you favor Amendment 2, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. The amendment's adopted. Anything further on the strike all, gentlemen?
Absolutely not.
Thank you. Question occurs in the adoption of strike all Amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No.
Thank you. Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 2 nays, the bill passes. Gentleman from Rankin.
I'd like y'all to help me make welcome Madison and Rankin County Circuit Judge Dewey Arthur in the South Gallery.
Lady from Madison, Ms. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like for you to make welcome the leadership Madison County along with Madison County Chamber of Commerce in the South Gallery.
Gentlemen, you're recognized for your next bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to call up House Bill or Senate Bill 2360 and make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
Thank you. Senate Bill 2360 would simply revise the board membership for our agricultural high schools. Currently, the superintendent of those schools is put on the board, I think intentionally, or originally they were supposed to be on the board as an ex officio non-voting member, but they're currently serving on the board as a voting member, which results in a lot of our ag schools with deadlocked votes, 3-3 votes, things like that. So this clarifies that they are simply there as a non-voting ex officio member. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? I don't see any, gentlemen.
Right, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay.
Let me call it that.
Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 114 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Call up Senate Bill 2524 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This bill deals with 16th section land leases and allows the local boards of education the authority to enter into long-term public and private contracts for the sale of timber, wood fiber. That's a short explanation of this bill. I think I have an amendment. I do have an amendment at the proper time, Mr. Speaker.
That would be now.
All right, the amendment will add a reverse repealer.
Questions on the amendment? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to the bill. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage.
I will yield to questions unless you want me to yield to final.
Lady from Lincoln, Ms. Curry, for a question. I'm sorry, I didn't see it.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just have a question. When you talk about 16-section land, it makes me a little worried. I've never heard of a long-term contract. You go in, you cut the timber. So would you tell me what a long-term contract would mean?
The bill originally had 60 years, the House version that we passed. So from my understanding, and I'm not the expert, but
I'm not either.
yeah, but so from my understanding, they want to give the timber time to mature to where they can get the full value once they're harvested. That's the explanation I received from the school boards wanting this legislation. That's all I got.
Okay, because so it's a little confusing. So what I'm wondering is, so you would give like one company the contract for a long time? What if that doesn't work out best for the school?
The Secretary of State and the Forestry Commission both have to sign off, and I believe there's recourse existing in current law and regulation as to how they would handle that.
Thank you.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, gentlemen. You.
Yes, sir.
I missed part of your explanation, but anyway, long story short, what we're actually doing is kind of extending the contract bid price. They bid on the timber at one contract price, they can lock it in for an extended term.
Is that what you're telling me?
That's what I'm asking you.
I think that sounds almost correct, mostly correct.
Well, explain it one more time. I'd love to hear.
Okay, so we're basically just giving the board the ability to get into a contract that exceeds, that get into long-term contracts. Originally, the House passed, the contract could be up to 60 years, okay? 16-section land has a lot of timber on it. You know, they want to spend time harvesting it, growing it, getting the full value of the product. This allows the school boards to do that. Right now, from my understanding, their hands are kind of tied in their ability to make sure that the product that they're harvesting is at full value when they harvest it, because they're limited as to the contract period. Is that right?
I think you're on the same track. I guess that's your amendment. Is
Okay.
that your amendment?
Well, the amendment added a reverse repealer.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Gentleman from Clark, Mr. Smith.
Yes, sir.
I'm a little hung up on you long term
Mm-hmm.
because you got a thinning process. Then you're going to thin it again when it gets about 15 years. They thinning one beside my house now that's 20, and they want to go 30. So you're talking about a 30-year contract on the whole section?
This limits them to just 10. Originally, we all already voted on a bill that had it up to 60, which we all voted on. It passed unanimously a couple weeks ago. But I guess we got some feedback from others, and they brought it down to 10 in this particular piece of legislation.
Well, I was talking to the contractor, was thinning just yesterday, and he said they do it every 5 years. So I don't say you got so much difference in your quality price of your timber and everything every 5 years. You don't know what you're going to be.
5 years is current law. That's what they're doing now. We're moving it up to 10.
Okay.
The original House proposal was to move it up to 60.
So we're going to keep it at 5. This says keep it at 5.
No, this says move it to 10, from 5 to 10. This new bill from the Senate is going to move it from 5 to 10.
All right.
Don't see any further questions.
Me too, lady.
You move final passage?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 105 yeas, 12 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Call up Senate Bill 2585 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read a third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen.
Yield to the gentleman from Lamar. Handle the bill.
You've got a strike all.
Adopt the strike all, please.
Okay. You're going to let the gentleman explain the strike all? Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The strike all for this legislation would add the House language that we passed on the William Winter Reed program, which was almost identical to the Senate language. Just to remind you what that was, we opened up the eligibility for who is eligible to receive these the teacher loan repayment grants to those who are currently teaching. And again, there was a arbitrary cap that we removed. We also added in the Stride Scholarship, which we also passed off the floor earlier this session, which would provide grants for students to take ACT, SAT prep, and things of that nature. So again, that's a brief explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Don't see any. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No, move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Everyone voted. Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 111 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2586. Make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered in gross read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized, gentlemen, to explain the bill.
Yield to the gentleman from Harrison to explain the bill.
Gentleman from Harrison is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ladies and gentlemen of the House. Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment at the appropriate time.
That would be now, gentlemen. You're recognized to explain your amendment.
The amendment simply adds a reverse repealer to the bill. That concludes an explanation of the amendment.
Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1 to Senate Bill 2586. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2586 simply updates our computer science and cyber education law that we passed. This allows for paraprofessionals to provide instruction at an elementary level only, and then clarifies that only teachers with a certification can teach computer science where a Carnegie unit is awarded. This is the same bill we passed 117-0 in the House, and it did pass the Senate 52-0. That concludes an explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. Question occurs on the adoption of Senate Bill 2586. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 118 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Call up Senate Bill 2751 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered in gross read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
Yield to the gentleman from Pearl River to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Pearl River is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, gentlemen. I really hope this is my last time up here today. This bill also deals with 16th section land. It prohibits local municipalities and counties from being able to pass ordinances that prohibit schools from being able to build educational facilities on their 16th section land. So apparently there are some cities that are passing ordinances with 16th section, or excuse me, political subdivisions passing ordinances that are making it difficult, if not impossible, for schools to actually build on the 16th section land available to them. That's an explanation of this bill.
Questions on the bill? Don't see any, gentlemen.
Thank God. Move for final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
Call up Senate Bill 2812 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered in gross read the third time and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. I believe you have a strike call.
I have a strike call. I want to yield to the lady from Amit to do the strike call.
Lady from Amit is recognized to explain the strike call.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Ladies and gentlemen, the strike all for Senate Bill 2812 just extends the repealer to 2026 for the boards of administration for certain schooling districts. And then it also adds our community schools language that we passed earlier this year. And that's an explanation of the strike all.
Questions on the strike all? Don't see any, lady. Question recurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, lady?
No, Mr. Speaker, I move final passage.
Lady moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 110 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to skip the next item, Senate Bill 2364, and go to item 50 and make the usual motion for Senate Bill 2749.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
This is a strike all.
Gentleman moves the strike all to be adopted in lieu of the original bill. Gentlemen, you're recognized to explain the strike all.
Okay, so what this is a pay raise for school board members. It's raising their per diem from $67 to $112 for each meeting during a fiscal year, not to exceed 36 meetings. Additionally, if the school board member elects to receive his or her annual salary in a lump sum payment, the bill would provide an increase to the current $2,400 is what they make now, an annual salary based on the district's total enrollment. The salary would range from $4,000 to the possible $6,000 for the largest districts. So again, it's not a lot of money, but it's something that they've asked for over and over, and it's fairly simple. They can make $4,000. The larger school districts can make $6,000, or they can make $112 per meeting, up to 36 meetings a year. And that's an explanation of the strike all and the bill.
Gentleman from Scott, Mr. Miles.
The gentleman yield.
Yes.
Just a point of clarification. Can the school districts offer health insurance to these school board employees if they decide to take it out of their budget?
No.
You looked at maybe giving that as an option if they choose?
Well, we've tried before, and there's opposition to it.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, Mr. Chairman. Gentleman moves adoption of the strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 107 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2164 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill.
I'd like to yield to the gentleman from Lamar to handle the next two bills, if that's okay.
That's okay. The gentleman from Lamar, you are recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2164 would clarify some language that's current law that would allow school districts to have more options when they're determined that they need to sell off a property. There's some developments in Jackson, some properties that Jackson Public Schools have been interested in selling, but they're not able to due to a provision in the law. So this updates that to give them an opportunity to sell those to developers in the Jackson area. And it applies across the state. That's just one example of a school district that has asked for this. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Washington, Mr. Bailey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield.
Yes, sir.
Now, that doesn't include the 16 section land, does it?
This is, no, so this is just for the properties that are owned by the school. So they can't sell the property.
Non-16 section land.
They can't sell the land that's 16 section. That's correct.
That's right. I'm
Right.
saying, but it's
Yes, sir.
okay. But
Yes.
But we can do some crazy things down here sometime, and I just didn't want us to
No, sir,
touch
this does not-
that 16 section trust. Thank you.
Correct. Yes, sir.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Haney.
Gentleman Gill,
Yes, sir.
this isn't changing the process anytime property is sold, appraisals and everything else, right?
That's correct.
All that
yeah.
stays the same?
This bill simply adds the words, I believe it's mixed-use development to the existing law on the list of things that buildings can be sold for. I think this simply just inserts the words mixed-use development. That's the only thing that changes.
Thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 117 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2167, make the usual motions.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized to explain the bill, gentlemen.
All right, Senate Bill 2167 would establish the Early Intervention Task Force. The purpose of this task force would be to look at the way that our early intervention program works in Mississippi. We currently split that between two different agencies, and we've had a lot of research into that's a very inefficient way to handle that, and that we're leaving a lot of money on the table, and a lot of our youngest, most vulnerable are losing an opportunity to get intervention as early as possible. So this bill would just establish a task force to look into that. I do have an amendment at the proper time.
You're recognized for your amendment.
This amendment would simply add a reverse repealer to the bill. There were some questions about the makeup of the task force, so we're just giving ourselves a little more time to sort that out, but that's all the amendment does.
Don't see any. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Eubanks, for a question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Gentleman yield?
Yes, gentlemen.
I'm sorry, I don't know, what are we intervening on behalf of? What are we?
So it's the
Early intervention. I just didn't know what we're intervening.
It's an early intervention. So when we say that, I'm referring to like screening and testing children early for different developmental disabilities and things like that. We do that in schools and we do that, in communities. We do it currently. All this currently happens. It just happens from Department of Health handles some of it. Department of Education handles some of it. A lot of states are looking at ways to do this more efficiently so that you don't have two agencies doing one job. So that's the purpose of this task force, is just to make it more efficient.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions. Question occurs on the adoption of Amendment 1. If you favor the amendment, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
Yeah, final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 109 yeas, 7 nays, the bill passes. Next item, Mr. Chairman.
I'd like to call up Senate Bill 2361 and make the usual motion.
Chairman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended, the bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it.
I have a strike all I'd like to explain, please.
You're recognized to explain the strike all.
What we've done here is we've done a strike all on 2361. We've taken the Senate's language out, and we put the bill, our House Bill 1373 into it. Is what that was our early release, or our time release for a student to leave school for 1 hour a week for religious purposes, and that's what it is. It's the bill that we've already passed, and we're just inserting that into this bill. And that's the explanation of the strike all and the bill.
Questions on the bill? Lady from Hines, Ms. Yates.
Will the gentleman yield?
Yes.
Does the strike all amendment with the language include the amendment that I made to the bill?
Yes.
Oh, thank you.
Yes, it does.
Gentleman from Hines, Mr. Brown.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Gentlemen, yield.
Yes, gentlemen.
Simple question. Why would they have to leave school if you're going to give them opportunity to worship or pray or whatever it is? They have to leave the facility and the campus, you said?
Can you repeat it again? Just the end of it.
Did you say they have to leave school or give them an opportunity to leave?
Yeah, it's an opportunity for the parent to
I'm
check.
saying, why couldn't they do it on campus? In an isolated place, perhaps, not in front of everybody.
It's not. You can't have that discussion in schools. I wish we could.
Well, you allowing them an hour to go do it, what's the difference?
It's separation, though. It's separation of school and state. I mean, state and church.
You're authorizing them, or allowing them to go from school for 1 hour worship.
Yes.
But you can't do it in a safe.
I agree with you, gentlemen. I more than agree with you, but it's what it is.
You ought to put it in there, either or.
Gentleman from Jefferson, Mr. Harness, for a question.
Quick question. This bill, the language in this bill also discusses vacations. I mean, the students can they be allowed to stay longer than an hour?
If the school approves it, they can do it now, but there's some schools that weren't allowing it. That's why we're doing it. But as far as vacations and stuff like that and 4-H, all that's already in statute.
Okay.
Don't see any further questions on the strike all. Question occurs on the adoption of strike all amendment 1. If you favor the strike all, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the bill, gentlemen?
No. Final passage.
He moves final passage. Open machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 116 yeas, 0 nays, the bill passes. Next item, gentlemen.
Bring up Senate Bill 2485 and make the usual motion.
Gentleman calls the bill up, moves the rules be suspended. The bill considered engrossed, read the third time, and placed on final passage. All those in favor say aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. You're recognized.
Yield to the gentleman from Lamar to handle the bill.
Gentleman from Lamar is recognized to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Senate Bill 2485 would allow individuals who hold a degree in human development and family science or in child and family science to be licensed to provide services to infants and toddlers. This is something that our universities have all asked for, something that they need in order to do the jobs that they're doing more effectively. That's a brief explanation of the bill.
Questions on the bill? Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Jim, you?
Yes.
Is this going to affect like Christian or private, preschools and that kind of thing in any form or fashion?
No, it won't.
Okay, thank you.
Don't see any further questions, gentlemen.
All right, move final passage.
Gentleman moves final passage. Open the machine, Madam Clerk. If you favor the bill, vote aye. If you're opposed, vote nay. Has everyone voted? Has everyone voted? Close the machine, Madam Clerk. By a vote of 112 yeas, 6 nays, the bill passes. Anything further, Mr. Chairman?
No. Education yields the floor.
Chairman of Public Health? He passes. Drug policy? He passes. Energy? He passes. Announcements, Mr. Clerk. Announcements, Madam Clerk. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd, for what purpose?
I'd like to go back to the motion to reconsider calendar. Item number 3, I'd like to table that measure.
You're recognized, gentlemen.
I'd like to table item number 3, Senate Bill 2673.
Gentleman's motion is to table Item number 3, Senate Bill 2673 on the motion to reconsider calendar. That's item number 3 there. Does any member wish to speak against the gentleman's motion to table? My board's lit up for announcements and other things, so I can't tell who's. Don't see anybody wishing to speak. Question occurs on the motion to table. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. Anything further on the motion to reconsider calendar before we leave it? Don't see any. Okay. Announcements, Madam Clerk.
Tomorrow, local and private will meet 5 minutes after adjournment in room 103.
Announcements by the members. Gentleman from Alcorn, Mr. Bain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I got a couple. First, I would like to have items 16 and 18 read for the third time.
Items 16 and 18 on the general calendar.
Yes,
for the
and
third
then I
time.
want to hold item 17 on a motion to reconsider. And then lastly, I have an announcement about a reception tonight at 10-1 Strategies, which is on at 200 North Congress Street. It is the Mississippi Center that I introduced earlier, Mississippi Center for Reentry. That will be from 5 to 7. Thank you.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Hines, Ms. Foster.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like unanimous consent to change my vote. Senate Bill 2358 from present to no, and Senate Bill 2523 present to yes.
You'll need to turn in paperwork on those two, lady. You cast a present vote. If there's no objection, we'll change your vote. Don't hear any. Gentleman from Forest, Mr. Watson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Change of vote request. Item number 50, Senate Bill number 2749. I'd like to change my vote from present to yea.
If there's no objection, change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Hopkins.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold Senate Bill 2212 on a motion to reconsider.
What's that item, gentlemen?
That's number 11.
Thank you, gentlemen. Be sure and inform the chairman of that. Gentleman from Jones, Mr. Scoggin.
Thank you, sir. Announcement. The Senate, Mr. Barnett has asked me to announce that he's having a barbecue tomorrow night at 5 o'clock at MMA, and he would like to invite all the House members to come over for their barbecue.
Gentleman from Harrison, Mr. Hullum.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I would like unanimous consent to change my vote on item number 34, that's Senate Bill 2239, from present to yea, and also change my decimate vote, Mr. Kenneth Walker, from present to yea as well.
There's no objection. We'll change the gentleman's vote. Don't hear any. Gentleman from Lamar, Mr. McCarty.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item number 54, Senate Bill 2485 on a motion. I'd also like to apologize. I did incorrectly answer the gentleman's question. We spoke after the bill. I was misunderstood what was going on in the bill, so don't want anyone to think that I lied to you all on the floor. It would impact those schools, so we're going to work it out and reconsider that tomorrow.
Thank you, gentlemen. Gentleman from DeSoto, Mr. Darnell.
Yes, sir. An announcement. Today at between 4 and 6, the Mississippi Association of Educators has their Catfish and Blues at their building at 775 North State Street.
Gentleman from Marion, Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have a vote change from yea to a nay on Senate Bill 2524.
What's that item, gentlemen?
Gonna start me lying now.
She's got it. She's got it. Was that it, gentlemen? Gentleman from Pike, Mr. Porter.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to ask for unanimous consent to change my decimate's vote on Senate Bill 2333 from nay to yea.
If there's no objection, change the gentleman's vote. Which desk mate, gentlemen?
Mickens, sorry. Mickens.
Thank you, gentlemen. Lady from Amite, Ms. Cockerham.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to hold item 37, that's Senate Bill 2075, on a motion to reconsider.
Thank you, lady. Gentleman from Itawamba, Mr. Boyd.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to have item number 9, Senate Bill 2538, read for the third time. Read for the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that.
Item number 9, Senate Bill 2538, read for the third time.
Got it. Thank you. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Turner.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A request to change my vote on item number 44, Senate Bill 2524, from yea to nay.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Lady from DeSoto, Ms. McCray.
I would like to make an announcement for everyone in the House. Would you help me to wish my husband a happy birthday today?
I think we all join in those birthday wishes, lady. He's mighty attentive. Is he the first husband or the first gentleman of DeSoto County, I guess is what we'll call him. Gentleman from Tate, Mr. Lamar.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Got a couple motions on the general calendar, item 11.
Hold on, gentlemen. We can't hear any of that. Start over.
Sorry. Couple motions here. The first one is a motion to change the vote on item 11, Senate Bill 2212. I was off the floor, got voted wrong on that. I would go from no to yay.
What is that item number?
Item 11, Senate Bill 2212.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. You had another request, gentlemen?
I do. If you would go to the Ways and Means calendar, items 1 through 4, would ask that they all be read the third time.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Gentleman from Calhoun, Mr. Bailey.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to change my vote on Senate Bill 2212.
What's that item number, gentlemen?
Item number 11, from no to yea.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Prentice, Mr. Arnold.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Unanimous consent to change my vote on item 44, Senate Bill 2524, from yea to nay.
There's no objection. Change the gentleman's vote. Gentleman from Jackson, Mr. Busby.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Adjourn in memory.
You recognize, gentlemen.
A few of you have had the opportunity to spend a little time at my place over in Jasper County and got to know my old neighbor, Tom Paulson. He passed away on Sunday, and I'd like to adjourn his memory.
Thank you, gentlemen. We will do that. Anything further from any member? Don't see any. I recognize the gentleman from Tibaha for the motion.
Mr. Speaker, I move this House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. in the morning.
Gentleman's motion is the House stand adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow. If you favor the gentleman's motion, indicate by saying aye. Opposed, no. The ayes have it. House stands adjourned until 10 a.m. tomorrow.